was going to be... That's way too loud. That is disgustingly loud.
Oh, really? It was perfect for me.
Well, that's good for you. For me, my ears were just evaporated.
I'm sorry.
But yes, live for day 2 NHL draft. We're here. We're up. We're moving. We're at 'em. We're going. I had a white monster this morning, and let me tell you, that felt like finding a treasure chest.
I was gonna say I'm running caffeine list today. We'll see how it goes.
Good luck, man. I can't do that. I had that white monster reinvigorated my soul today.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are live for day 2. We got to see, we're up early today because Canes picked second. Whenever the draft gets started, the Sharks might move down, according to Pierre LeBrun.
Yeah, I mean they're getting calls on it because I mean there's a ton of talented players on the board. I mean, you know.
Even better for me is that I can watch the draft on NHL Network today. Oh, I actually like NHL Network's coverage of the draft. I think it's good.
Who's on the panel?
Let's see if we Murtka. Another random Murtka moment. I mean, I'm kind of shocked we had more of a moment for Murtka than we did for Kindle. So I honestly thought we were gonna have a much more egregious reaction to Kindle. Oh, it's real. Kevin Ball, 5.35 million, 6 years.
That's certainly one of the contracts of all time.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
That's nasty. In a piece of Canes prospects news for the people that are here, Gleb Trikozov does not have a cast or a boot of any kind on either leg, so it seems like he is recovering nicely from his leg injuries over the past year, which is good. He caught fish today, so it's great for him. I have no idea if it was in Russia or in America. He could be anywhere at this point, you know?
Yeah.
And whenever we were guys naming old prospects, figuring out where they were playing, this morning, Sergei Tolchinsky, his agent, Shumi Babiev, has requested a trade for his client out of SKA, which I think was privately done last year, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they wanted him gone last year, but now they have officially come out in the media and said, hey, get me out of here. So that will be that. I thought that was kind of fun. Guys naming dudes is always enjoyable, and Tolchinsky is definitely a guy.
Certainly.
All right. Malcolm Spence. That was a guy I know we didn't talk about a lot, but I think he could fit the mold of a Canes guy 100%. For me, I just didn't really talk about a ton of CHL guys except for like really late round guys.
I think the issue that I have with Spence is he's one of the oldest players in this draft class, and like he wasn't that great this past year. Like he was fine.
Well, to be fair, he had like a serious infection that ruined a lot of his draft year.
He wasn't hurt at all this year.
He was. Apparent. I gotta find it.
I mean, maybe it affected his play, but he didn't miss any games.
No, but at the he was listed at 200, weighed in at 190. He split his tongue in half.
I did see that.
Yeah, it caused a blood clot. Had trouble eating and breathing. Had to get surgeries and stuff like that. So he, it's one of those things where he still had problems that he had to go through. So, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate Malcolm Spence at all. I think Spence would actually be a good pick, but again, CHL guy, you always got to be mindful of those. So it's just one of those things. Ryan Henkel's been tweeting out some Eric Tulsky quotes this morning.
Basically, their strategy is best player available. They like a bunch of players here. Like, nothing super surprising. Like we knew the Canes were going to trade down. Like I think last night it was such a long draft that we were like, oh my god.
We were just ready, man. We were prepared for it all to just keep going, and it took forever to get to where the Canes were picking, and then they traded out at the very last moment, and it was just a whole ordeal and experience. But it was very fun, and we're back today where it's still going to be a long, overdrawn experience, but at least the Canes will actually pick today. Imagine if they didn't, though.
I had a text this morning from somebody that was like, imagine the Canes call a timeout with their 34th overall pick.
Dude,
And I was like, just shut up.
If somebody in the media room doesn't just get up, knock on the door, and go, please stop at that point, because that's egregious if they would do that.
Corey Lavalette making a note to say that Jacob Slavin's under contract for $6.4 million till 2033. And Kevin Ball just signed. And again, like I understand, like with the way the cap's going up, like that contract isn't going to be like horrible. Like
it's Kevin Ball, man.
But like Kevin Ball's not good. And
no. I don't understand how Kevin Ball got that much money. We are so back. That is correct.
Incredibly back. Just the most back we've ever been.
We are shockingly awake this morning after the day yesterday. We are awake, but we are here to have fun. We're here to cover draft picks. We're here to do it all. Caden Gooley is making $200,000 more than Kevin Ball.
Mm.
All right, man. Is Wozniak? I mean, I've said it a few times. He seems Canes like to me. Just fits profile of guys they've drafted before. But
yeah,
34 is definitely going to be a very interesting pick. It can go a couple ways. There's a couple guys up there that people would probably want to draft. Yeah,
there's a lot of people who could legitimately be taken here. Like there's a lot of talent.
Yeah.
I really like the fact that they added the 62nd overall pick because it was going to be like 50 picks in between 29 and 87, like almost 50 picks.
Now it's only like now it's like 30.
Yeah, almost 60 picks.
Milton Gastrin. I mean, if that is a pick, it would be a later second, in my opinion, because I think there are genuine concerns with offensive talent down the line. Ivan Ryabkin, we've said it a few times now. If he gets drafted before the 5th round, we'd be shocked. Did my internet drop? Who? Uh-oh. Well, I guess we'll keep going. I know people are mad that Potter got taken, but it's fine. It might be my internet. I didn't think it was, but
they hear me. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god. So it was okay. That scared me. I know people are kind of slightly upset that Potter got taken, but it's fine. Colin Potter's good, and I think it'll be good for the Flames. But as Matt continues to have fun issues on his end, I think it's fine.
It's got to be his internet. Okay.
Is it mine or yours?
Yeah.
It's me?
Yeah, because you freeze every time.
It freezes for you too. So we're great.
Maybe it's just the stream itself then. We've broken the internet.
I swear to God, I hope not. At 62, after 34, I'm gonna be. It is Matt, nerd.
Wow.
62, I have no clue. 62 is
on my phone.
After 34. My knowledge is gonna be like 4th round, 3rd round guys. So we'll figure it out. Devastating hangover from the Cullen Potter drinking game. Yeah, sure.
That's tough.
Potter's
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was another
on my phone to give myself more bandwidth.
That was another thing, is that I think people still would have been mad at Potter. I know they would have been like, oh my gosh, he could play center. But really, at the NHL level, he's going to be a winger, and Potter is 5'10". So people still would have been mad at somebody under 6 feet. I was going to say
there were going to be complaints about Potter no matter what.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Potter would have been cool. Yeah, he would have been a decent pick, but he's a winger at the NHL level, and his main ability is skating. So, yeah, his speed is sick. I'm not denying that. Watching Cullen Potter's
There's a reason that he fell to 32nd overall.
Also, day 2 of the draft house. That's beautiful. I hope not. We can't do draft house again. That was nasty. But I don't know if you read Scott Wheeler's article in the Athletic from this morning, but he said there is a real thing amongst NHL scouts of the London Knights bump. That Brusdowitz got drafted that high partially due to just him playing in London.
Yeah. So Ryabkin, the effort. I disagree. I think the effort level is not good, and I think we've had players in the past who've not had that high effort level, and they haven't worked in the playoffs. Like, yes, we need high skill and high upside, but like if Ryabkin's not trying, he's not doing anything. So like for me, it wouldn't shock me if there's a point in the draft where the Canes decide, like, you know what, let's take the risk to pick him. But
it wouldn't come.
It
for
also
a
would not
long
shock
time.
me at all if that point is like round 5.
Where's Alex O'Hari? Hayden Fleury is still an NHL contracted player.
Ugh.
2 years, $950,000 for the Winnipeg Jets.
Ryabkin doesn't have any grit. He's a very soft player.
Yeah, it's I doubt Ryabkin. And the thing
Which
with
happens
Ryabkin,
first, the draft ends or Mitch Marner gets a contract? Ooh.
I mean, Gensel's contract was known almost like simultaneously with day 2. So I think it'll still be the draft over, but I think a lot of clarification on Marner probably happens today. Because guys, they can't tamper, but that's the funniest thing to me was Batman was like, "Hey guys, don't tamper. We have genuine concerns about tampering, and we will get mad at you." And I'm like, "No, you won't. You're not." Who should we go for right after the second? There's probably going to be guys that fall. I'm still going to pound the drum for Stockselius if he gets there to 62. So it's one of those things. Sergachev was day 2 last year was so much better.
Day 2 usually is better.
Day 2 has been better because last year was what the Gensel trade, Sergachev. There was like 1 or 2 others that happened as well. I mean, we've already seen Kevin Ball get almost $5.5 million for the next 6 years. So the Sharks are going to be really good in 2 to 3 years. Their blue line, at least going into next year, is currently Sam Dickinson and then question mark. But
yeah, just a whole lot of guys. They can have Dmitry Orlov.
Dude, that'd be great. I think that'd be a great signing for them. I think they're just going to, like, kind of how the Canes just gave Orlov a metric ton of money for 2 years. I mean, a team will probably
timer's
do it.
3 minutes.
Dude, it should not be more than 3 minutes after the second round.
Most teams don't take 3 minutes.
I hope not. I don't want to be here forever. The big kid,
especially the later rounds, like the second round takes a little bit of a while because like still like some of the players are there.
Yeah,
but like 45 minutes per pick.
That's a good one. The big kid at Michigan State, I'm guessing that's Vasangi, I cannot pronounce it. He's not bad, but I think the concerns around him is skating, and that is a trait, as we've seen in the past, the Canes value highly. So I just kind of doubt he would be the pick. Are we going to get a tee from? Oh, Frank's been working the phones, dude.
Frank has, but he's got the same sources that the Canes fake insiders do.
I mean, yeah, 100%. Cap difference between Ball and Slavin is
how many Russians do we see the Canes drafting today? At least one.
Yeah, at least I'm going 2 to 3. That's my best guess. Oh my God, the Flames actually announced that Kevin Ball contract. Good for you guys,
Kevin. That's all I can think about with like, their tweet. It was just like that SpongeBob episode with Kevin the sea cucumber. SpongeBob was like, "Hi, Kevin."
Hell no pickles. I didn't take Ravensburg and West Potter, and they immediately got no, not really. They were never going to take a goalie round one. I think
Yeah.
that was very easy.
I think
Mason
the
West,
biggest shock of yesterday was Andreanov, though.
yeah, 100%. But I get it. The goalie coach Nicholas Backstrom, weird, said he was their favorite guy they've seen over the past couple of years, and I get it. Andreanov was really good this year.
I
You're gonna get
forgot
him when
there
he's
was a second
23.
Nicholas Backstrom. I forgot that he at
There's
one point
goalie
was an
Nicholas
NHL goalie. I'm
Backstrom.
sorry.
He was one of my favorite goalies growing up. One of my thing. Mason West, I don't think was ever going to be a Canes pick because they are not going to value that highly of just a big long term project player.
I think if he was available,
At
like
62.
if he was available, yeah, a little later, I think they would have considered it because the Canes, at some point, that's a swing that you have to take. I mean, he's big, he's a really good skater, really smart. Like, Kyle Davidson was talking about it last night that they understand that trading up didn't make sense for pick value, but like this is a swing for the fences type.
Yeah, the way
And
the
you
way
know
he said
what?
it was great.
If it works out, he's going to be a really good hockey player.
Yeah,
It's just will he work out? And
I
but that's the risk that you take in the draft, especially with Chicago, who's got like 30 picks.
that's a big. I love the way he phrased it of saying this one was a hack, a
Yeah,
grand slam hack. That is a great way to do it.
like
What
he
position?
he was going up to hit a home run or strike out. Like he's not going up there to hit like a bloop single.
Yeah, he's not out there to get like a E2 and just sneak on first. That's not going to happen. What position do you think the Canes may go first? It'll be a forward, no matter what. That no defenseman really fell to where they kind of want at 34. Forward value right now is probably a lot higher than the defensive value. So I think that's fun. Yeah, the uncertainty makes this a little bit more interesting because it means that I have to like go out and search for things as soon as they make their pick. So
Yeah,
it'll make it a lot more fun for me. I said it today. I don't think the Canes would value Prokhorov higher than other guys because Prokhorov's only valuable skill right now is that he's big and he's physical. That's kind of about it. There's still a lot of stuff in his game that he has to work out comparatively to other guys that are around this pick that have traits the Hurricanes like a little bit more. Russian center, the only one that people talk about in this range is Ryabkin, and I truly doubt, like we've said a
it
couple
would be
times,
it would be a stretch.
if Ryabkin gets picked that high, I would be
Jurovsky
shocked.
is definitely an option. I could see with
Yeah.
him being Russian, I could see him falling a little further.
I think Montreal would be a Zurovsky or Prokhorov spot, 100%. Apparently, they
Mm.
loved both of those guys at the combine and the Gold Star combine, whatever it was.
Yeah, like which I really like that they did that because like it's been really hard to scout Russian players and Dan Milstein knows that, and so getting players over here for a showcase because like if you think about it, we've got the CHL showcase, we've got now the CHL USHL top prospects game. They're not in the Russians aren't in the World Juniors. They're not at the U18s. They're not at the Holenka. So like it makes sense to have some sort of showcase for the Russian players.
Yeah. Also, 1208 still haven't announced a singular draft pick.
Is
Haven't even
the
got to the clock yet.
I was
Elliot
gonna,
Friedman's on NHL Network right now, though.
I was gonna ask is at least San Jose on the clock?
No. Oh, he's talking about
Good
Brad
God.
Marchand and the Panthers. Oh, how do you pronounce that name? Because I feel as if you pronounce it wrong, you might have an incident. So maybe we
What
don't.
who is it?
To be very careful. The last part of that name will trip me up. He played in the Czech league for the majority of the
Max
year.
Piznisha, I think
Sure.
is how you say it. Piznisha.
7 points in 24 WHL regular season games, 2 points in 16 top tier Czech games, and then 8 points in 18 playoff games. He's 6'5", he's right-handed, he plays defense, he is physical. That sounds about. I know people probably want that, but I don't think defense is going to be first off the board for them. For
I don't
me, it's
know. 'Cause,
forward.
it's a bad defensive class. So like if the Canes have a defenseman here that they like, they're probably not getting him later in the draft. So might as well
Maybe.
take him now.
But I think there's also other defensemen later on in the draft that have traits that they would value.
Sure, but it's not a
Hallquist,
good D
stuff like
class, so it wouldn't
that.
shock me if they're like, ugh.
Oh my gosh. I've been messing with 2 dead batteries for like the past 2 days. So I don't know why. It feels like I have like ADHD. I have to mess. Why are we going to a commercial break before getting the Sharks on the clock? Why are we doing this today, dude?
So Sebastian High, his top players available are Blake Fiddler, Cameron Schmidt, Malcolm Spence, Shane Van Sage, and Jack Murtaugh.
Corey's is Milton Gastrin, Malcolm Spence, Blake Fiddler, is Wozniak, and Murtaugh. I think Blake Fiddler might go here to 33.
Yeah.
I think.
When does the first NTDP player get off the board? Because there was not a single person drafted in the first round. That hasn't happened since 2008.
Probably I'd say around pick 40. Anytime after the Canes pick, basically, is what I'm going to say there.
I mean, yes. They could pick an NTDP player. They've done it in the past.
It's been a few years.
Yeah, probably 21 was the last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
When they picked, they did. What is it? Hershuk.
Oh my God, that's a guy right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to sign with Columbus either. They're working on the draft. Great. That I hope they are working on the draft house and they just throw it away.
I think my conspiracy theory is that Gary Bettman wants an in-person draft so badly. So he's done everything in his power to make this as cumbersome of a process to get the NHL GMs to be like, nah, like we want in person again.
Steve Yzerman said he loves it. Eric Tolsky said he likes it.
Well, and it kind of makes sense because like there's so much noise at the draft that like, and you can't talk to everybody. So like,
oh,
you know,
that's going to be a Matt question.
I think Horkoff is a first rounder.
So he was the one, he went really late to Pittsburgh this year.
And had a better, and actually played well with Michigan because he was not playing well with the NTDP.
Yeah.
No, I actually think he goes a good bit later. Because like, I don't know, some players just do better when they get the better opportunity. And I mean, it showed with Horkoff, like he's a good player. And I think you bank on him playing against better competition, or like the production he had against better competition was better than it was with the NTDP. So you bank on that.
I think he goes second, like middle second round or high second round, solely because NHL GMs are still going to have guy that tested really well at the combine, 6'5", has played center. They're still going to value something like that highly. Now, if he stays US and I can't pronounce that. I suck at
NTDP.
that. Sure. I think if he stays there the whole year, it's probably a little bit later, but you still go kind of high. First round, maybe, but
Dylan, it's on NHL Network this year.
It's also on ESPN Plus. So if you don't have NHL Network, it's on ESPN Plus. If you don't have that, I've heard pirating is not the worst idea in the world.
I heard that they like, you know, so like we're talking about the celebrities and stuff. Like the celebrities announcing the picks is fun.
Yeah.
Make them be in person. My God.
I don't know, man. William Byron announcing a trade back from Atlanta on a Zoom.
Sure, but like, you know, it's much better than like having to coordinate, like doing it over Zoom. Like that's why it took so long. It's because it just took forever to coordinate the Zooms. Like that is ridiculous. Have the celebrity be there, you know, have them say like, oh, hey, here's the Canes, here's their pick, and then leave. Have the players do a phone call like they do in the NFL with the teams. Don't make it be this Zoom production where they basically have to stand in front of the freaking council. It's horrible.
You're going to see the wizard.
Right. It's just the NHL. They had all year to plan for this, and this is what they came up with.
Yeah, I saw. We didn't have the sound on for the draft yesterday, but they had apparently Tony Finau was just rambling. So
reports are that the Senators are trying to acquire Jordan Spence from the Kings.
that's actually not the worst. I actually don't hate that for Ottawa. That's actually a really good move for them. I think it's good.
Oh yeah, Will Moore's available.
I forgot about Will Moore. I wouldn't hate it, but USNTDP. I said that correctly that time. I talked about certain guys because I went with trends that the Hurricanes have shown, which is mainly Euros, Russians, all those guys. That's the only reason why. They could surprise us all and take a CHL guy or a USNTDP guy, DTP, whatever. I almost said Diamond Dallas Page, DDP. But it's just one of those things. Like, they could shock us. They could do it. I just went with trends to make it easier on myself. Yeah. So, yeah.
You not being able to pronounce that makes me laugh. I'm sorry.
I don't have a speech impediment, but sometimes words are very tough for me to say.
No, that's the same with my wife used to not be able to pronounce Macaulay Culkin. And she would like really struggle with it, and it would make me laugh. And like, she can now because I've made fun of her enough for it, so she's never forgotten it.
It's not very nice.
Well, she bullies the shit out of me too, so it's okay.
Oh, got you. Jordan Spence, I actually like Jordan Spence as a player. I think he's good. I think as soon as they got Brant Clark to the NHL, he was kind of just gonna be an afterthought. But
yeah. I mean, Brant Clark still might not be great.
That is true.
Sens are closing in on the deal for Jordan Spence.
Good for them. They have definite needs on the right side.
And look, we've got something to talk about for the draft.
What, Jordan Spence?
We've got like at least a trade that's not.
Yeah, and it happened. It happened at 12:16 when the Sharks still aren't on the clock. Dear God, man. But I mean, I don't hate that. I think Ottawa definitely needed more right-handed defensemen because right now they're also banking on Carter Yakemchuk being good, which I didn't like Carter Yakemchuk in his draft year. Is it Yakemchuk? Yaremchuk is the analyst, right? Am I talking to a wall?
Sorry, I'm tweeting.
Oh.
The second round of the draft will start at noon. Sure.
It's 12:17. I think we're just now announcing the Sharks are on the clock.
I'm sorry. I was.
You were locked in, man.
Locked in. I was trying to find an appropriate gift.
Oh, they took Did they take Haoshi Wang? They're on the clock. The Hurricanes are on the clock. Everybody, red alert.
It took Simon Wang. Thank God that one guy will not like. All right, the Hurricanes are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody will be replacing the Dominic Badinka tweet from last year. Who will be the pinned tweet? Simon Wang at 33 is a draft pick. Let me tell you what. That is a draft pick and we're trading back. Go, like, dude.
We're trading back?
Yep. Montreal's trading up. It took 22 seconds from the time I tweeted out.
Damn, I gotta go grab a course. Give me a sec.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, gentlemen. All right, so people, if you're just now joining us, Matt and I made a joke on day 2 for every Canes trade back. We will drink, and I guess we're starting early today. The Canes have officially trading their pick back. So Matt's going to get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right, folks. 41 and 49. You know what? That's damn good work. In exchange for 34 and 158. Ugh.
Wait, how many? They got 41 and 49.
Yeah, so we moved down 7 spots and add pick 49 and trade away pick 158, which who cares?
That's half the decent work. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of that. Again, they must have some guys they like here. They must have a couple guys they might enjoy.
They said finally Kane's on the clock and they've traded back.
I had 2 posts there. It was let me see this. Kane's on the clock at 12:17, at 12:18 trading back. All right, well, guess we're getting started early today. We are both drinking Coors Light. Cheers, everyone. Thought you should know my dad and GM and
Jordan Spence for the 67th pick and a 2026 6th round pick.
A second and a 6th? So did they get almost equal value for Spence that the Capitals and Capitals got for the Capitals got for Saradov?
No.
Okay. That's great, man. We're starting immediately. It is 12:20 in the afternoon, and we're already drinking. Drink responsibly, 21 and over. Nobody has to join us. We just did it as a bit.
I was going to say, yeah, please do not join us. We are
doing it for a bit. We have nowhere else to be today.
Just purely for the love of the game.
And Nashville has taken Jacob Rombach, the 6'6" lefty from the Is that no? It's not the USND. Is that?
I don't believe so.
The Montreal Canadiens take Alexander Zhuravsky.
Yeah, so they took Zhuravsky, and no, Rombach was with Lincoln this past year.
Okay. Alexander Zhuravsky to Montreal. Dude, their draft staff is so good at this. I love Alexander Zhuravsky. His skill is ridiculous. But again, they probably have a couple guys they love or they like at later on in the second round. Why not get some value?
Look at the players that have just gotten picked, though. Like, there are still so many players that we've talked about that are still available.
I would kill if they could. I mean, they have 41, 49, and 62 now. That is, 3 second-round picks out of 1 first-round pick is really good. This is going to be a really long day, huh?
It's about to be a day.
Do we need to make a cap limit of how many we're doing?
I was going to say, if I start to get sick, I am absolutely just stopping.
Yeah, but I actually like Zhuravsky a lot, and Montreal is also very high on Russian players. So
yeah,
that's another thing. If Semyon Frolov somehow makes it to any of their picks, I would not be surprised. Also, yes, we know the Canes have traded 34. We both have beverages in our hands. Montreal is going to be really fun in a couple of years. It's the same thing as Oh, wait, that's a 3rd-round pick for Spence? Oh, I thought it was a 2nd. Oops. Morrow and 3 seconds for Kyrou. St. Louis would probably hang up the phone, but I like your thinking. Who does Philly take here? I think this might be a Blake Fiddler spot. Everybody has said that Dallas isn't going to trade Robertson unless they get a really, really good offer. And right now, Canes don't have the offer probably necessary. They could step up, but you never know. Cheers. Yeah, man. I cannot believe I'm drinking this early in the day, but we made a joke about it.
So basically, the Hurricanes traded their late first-round pick for 3 second-round picks.
That's really good business. Yeah, this is all for Ryabkin. Again, if he goes before the 5th round, I would be shocked. Somebody might do it, but I don't think it'll be the Canes.
We basically added an additional 3rd-round pick in value in that trade, is what Puckpedia has it as.
I want to see, because I wrote in February about potential 2025 picks. What did I say?
Has there been any other picks since 35? No. Wow.
Funnily enough, I said Ryabkin, Andreanov, and Gastrin. So Really good stuff there, huh?
Yeah. No, Nostradamus, Canes prospects.
Going 0 for 3. 0 for 3 in February. So this
Oh,
feels.
we're absolutely trading one of these seconds.
Oh yeah, Hayden Fleury extended by Winnipeg. Yes, we made the call for Alex O'Hari, saying good for him. Congrats. Dallas rumored be wanting futures. All I've heard from NHL GMs recently is that they want NHL players in return for players they're trading. So if Dallas really wants futures, cool. Again, the Canes have futures if Dallas wants them. I still don't think it happened, even though I think Robertson would be great. Turn 3 seconds into 6. I will be on the floor if that happens. That's the thing. I promise you, I'm out at that point.
I was gonna say, like, please, like, don't manifest this.
We don't need that happening, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got water here.
I also have water.
I've got pretty much a second water here.
I have my soda for a little bit of caffeine, my flavored water, and then my actual 32 ounces of water. Yes, that
Seattle is trading for 36.
We don't need to take this long today. What is Seattle going for? Tell me they take another center. Tell me they take Milton Gas.
Seattle's going to take Fiddler. That's my prediction.
They need defensemen really bad. And yes, the strategy of getting more picks and just more darts for you to throw at the board, that's really good work. The Canes traded 34 for 41, 49, and a fifth, sixth?
Nope. They traded they traded 34 and 189 for 41 and 49.
Thank you, because I didn't have that at the top of my mind. But yeah, so they got 2 second-round picks for a second and a sixth, which pretty good. I think that's great work. Will we make a pick? You got time. You got time to kill, Matthew. Let me tell you what. You got a lot of time to kill. Sad traded the pick that was Mason West. Yeah, I mean, the Canes were probably never going to take him. I know you were a very big fan of Mason West. I just don't think it was ever going to happen. The player is interesting, though. I'm really good if he's going to stick with hockey. I'm interested in his development, so I'll probably track that a little closer before. Yeah, Canes admin, they're going to be having a ton of fun today. I hope at that point, if they trade in the 7th round, just at Canes Processing to say another one, please. I'm going to make a request for that one. Just get really parasocial with it. Be hilarious today. If we keep trading down, we might as well try to get the full 7th. I think one team should just do that for the funsies one year. Just trade for as many picks in the 2nd round as you can. Seattle has picked Blake Fiddler. I forgot I can actually have the sound.
Fiddler just seemed like a Seattle pick.
I did not call that.
He was one of the better players available, like, still. So, like, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Fiddler was ranked. I'm trying to pull it up here. He was ranked 27th.
Yeah, he was close to a first rounder.
He's young. He's July 9th is his birthday, so he's still 17. Like, that's a decent grab there.
Yes, that would be really great if there was a run on defenseman before our picks, because then if some forwards keep dropping, I'd be a big fan. No, there is not a limit on how many players can be in a prospect pool. They can basically have as many as they want. Just make sure you stay under 50 contracts, and that's about it.
Yeah, like, there's nothing like where in the MLB they have, like, the reserve list, and, like, you're only allowed to have a certain amount of players domestically.
Yeah, the prospect account on YouTube has actually been growing quite a bit, and I appreciate everybody for hanging out. Last night was a blast.
It was fun. I won't lie. It was a blast.
Yeah, as we both take swigs of alcohol. Milton Gastrin goes to Washington. That was another potential Canes guy there.
Yeah, I mean, that one's not super surprising.
Washington has also been really solid draft-wise over the past couple of years. I've liked a lot of what they've done
Yeah.
over the past few years. I think they're gearing up for life after Ovechkin very well, and life after Ovechkin will come next year. Somebody asked just as a question on Twitter, who do you think we pick with the next pick? I'm halfway tempted to do a later second and a fifth. I'm just gonna put honestly, don't know. Could be a litany of guys pulling out the thesaurus today. Obviously. List of 10 you wanted to take a 29. West, Ravensburgen, Potter, Zonin, Zarovsky. Wow, yeah.
That's tough, Matthew.
It's a lot of just, I mean, those are decent players as well. I think they're going to be okay. Patrick Bacon, top 3 forwards.
Ethan
who was the third? I was about to say, who was the third player there? Carter Amico
Winbog is really good, but like he's gonna get drafted. But like, Patrick Bacon, man.
Carter Amico goes to the Flyers, so that is 3 out of the last 4 picks have been 6'5" or taller defensemen.
Yeah, and then he is the first NTDP player off the board. Ding, 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 ding.
Or retires first. Obi the draft house. If they keep decentralized next year, the draft house will probably still stay around. So probably Ovi, because he is done after next year. That is like almost confirmed at this point. They won't.
Amico just feels like a Flyer.
Yeah, that's 100. Connor Clifton traded Pittsburgh. Connor Clifton. Elliot just put Connor Clifton traded Pitt. So sure. I think he's getting traded to Pittsburgh because I don't think he was on Pittsburgh.
Sure. To be fair, like Connor Clifton, like let me look this up here.
I could be wrong. I do not keep track of Connor Clifton.
He was with Buffalo, so he's going from Buffalo to.
Did they trade the pick at 39? Yeah. Okay. So Buffalo did. Okay. So did Buffalo trade Connor Clifton for a second? Clifton and 39. Clifton and pick 39 for Connor Timmins and Isaac Bellevue. I'm taking a drink for that one. That is one of the trades of all time. Kyle Dubas is running an organization that is in the NHL.
So Timmins is a depth defenseman, which is pretty much what Clifton is.
I did see that they're running the Gold Star watch party at a bar somewhere in, I'm guessing, Miami.
And Isaac Bellevue,
who is that just got taken
in the ECHL.
Peyton Kettles, a 6'6" right-handed defenseman. I am going to be very honest.
From Swift Current. You know what? Pittsburgh loves them, a Swift Current Bronco, man. They took Owen Pickering a few years ago.
I was going to say, I have not heard of Peyton Kettles, but he is a September 07 birthday.
Yeah, he's one of the youngest players in the draft.
6'5". He's a right-handed defenseman. That's not the worst bet. I feel as if where he was picked is a little high, but
this is what I'm saying though. Like the Canes, like this is why they trade down. Like teams do stupid shit.
Whoa! I know we've had like half a beer, but we got to relax there, buddy.
Hey, no, I said that last night, and you never once complained.
I just want to be a little careful, man. That's all. Spencer Yepkin is Wozniak. I think is Wozniak at 41 makes sense.
Yeah, like
oh my god,
Canes are taking a European player somewhere here.
Jack Murtaugh, the first U.S. NTDP player, goes at pick 40. Who was the first?
Amico.
Crap. Okay.
All right, Canes are on the clock. Allegedly.
Right. Canes could be on the clock.
The Canes are allegedly on the clock.
I don't know how to spell allegedly. I figured it out.
All right.
No way they trade this pick back too, right?
Right. Ducks are trading Gibson. Doesn't say where.
Whoa.
But Ducks are trading Gibson.
That is a big move for the Ducks. Kevin Weeks is on a first-class flight, flexing on all of us.
Yeah, I know.
So the Canes are on the clock here. I'm gonna put, if they don't trade the pick, this feels like is Wozniak.
Yeah.
That is what I'll say.
Somebody says goalie coming. Cam says goalie coming here.
So this would be Semyon Frolov.
Detroit is getting Gibson. That's a big move for Detroit.
What?
Friedman saying it's Detroit.
Wow. What is Detroit building in there? I love the NHL Draft Day 2 has already been 10 times better than Day 1, guys. Goalie coming here. So I would think it's Semyon Frolov. That would be my assumption. I could be very wrong. Yes! Semyon Frolov!
That's a big move. Big upside here. He's the
I love that so much.
Canes have made as a goalie since Pyotr Kochetkov. That's huge. I think Frolov is a huge addition.
I love Semyon Frolov. Oh, that is I love that. That is a big Russian goalie who posted really good stats in the MHL. I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, we up for that.
I'm
that's
a
big one.
Big fan of that. Peter Mrazek and 2 picks to Anaheim. Wow. Oh, Semyon Frolov is beautiful, man. I'm so happy with that. Let's go.
Did you pin the tweet already?
I did. Semyon Frolov. That is who I wanted as a goalie. That is great, man.
I think he's the type of guy that, I mean, you're gonna need to, like, he's gonna take a while to develop, but Frolov is Dylan Griffin's first ranked goalie in the draft.
That's sick, dude.
I don't know what his projection is. I don't know any comps.
I don't think they did goalie comps, but that is a beautiful pick. He is 6'3", 200 and 3 pounds. Posted great stats at the MHL level. I'm a huge fan of that. I think that's great. Prokhorov goes to the Islanders. Okay. I still can't get Semyon Frolov. I have a big smile on my face. Yeah, January 2007, so he's a little bit younger. That's good work, man. I'm a big fan of that pick. They traded back to get that. I'm obviously big fan. Traded for Frolov 26th. All right.
He's a big goalie, you know. He's more of like a technical goalie, so like, I don't think he's like a very stereotypical Russian goalie where they're built on chaos. Like, he's very just technical.
Trade alert! Trade alert! Dave, press the button.
And
it's the Kings trade.
And again, he's a very big player, like a big goalie, and that's just what you need in the NHL nowadays. So I'm a big fan of that move. I think the Canes really did well here.
Okay, Dylan Griffin has also said the Spartak system is weird, so he probably won't be the starter with MHK Spartak. He'll probably get their big minutes with their Silver Division team. In case you didn't know, the MHL is split into 2 different divisions. They have a gold division and a silver division. Gold division is the higher quality division with a lot more talent, a lot higher skill. Silver division is a lot weaker.
Malcolm Spence just went to the Rangers, by the way.
God, that's such a good move. That's a really good bet for the Rangers. That's good for them. Semyon Frolov is a Carolina Hurricane.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think the Canes, you know, they get a really big goalie. if there was one glaring need in the pipeline, it was goalies, and I think they
Yeah,
did a
that
good
was
job there.
a big thing, is that they needed a goalie, because outside of maybe Hajayev, it was weak.
And like Velmakin could still be something, but you have no idea. He was a 7th round pick, right? Like, Frolov, he checks a lot of the boxes for what the Canes look for in a player, I think. So I'm excited there.
I'm tweeting out a video. Hold on. Ridiculous.
And he is a Gold Star client, so obviously that means he's coming to North America.
Actually, if he is a Gold Star client, he will be here for development camp, because they brought over everybody.
That's exciting. So Frolov will be at development camp.
Yes.
Also, that I don't like Wyshynski, but that is a funny tweet.
Yeah. That's yeah, so Semyon Frolov will probably more than likely be here for development camp, if you guys care about that. Obviously, I care about that, so that is really cool. We're big fans of this pick, obviously. Needed a goalie, got a goalie, and you got probably my favorite, maybe second favorite in this draft. As a Hurricanes, tip the cap. You did good work. Who? Eddie Genborg?
He's a Swede. That sounds like. Yeah, Canes Prospects just tweeted out some highlights if you want to go watch it.
Yes. Canes Prospects just tweeted out 40 seconds of Semyon Frolov doing ridiculous things. So if you like Semyon Frolov, which we do, he does some ridiculous things.
You got to be a forward at 49. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. If Iz Wozniak is there at 49, run to the podium.
So Eddie Genborg, for you, Nick, was ranked 44th. So this is about the rank where he was supposed to go to the Detroit Red Wings. I'm a big fan.
Eric Nilsson goes at 45. That's actually a really solid pick for them.
Who picked him?
Anaheim.
Yeah. This is where I think you're going to see a lot of the Swedes start to go. I mean, we've seen Gastrin, Genborg, and now Nilsson. Like, there were not a lot of Euros selected. Oh, and he's going to Michigan State next year.
Yeah, Nilsson's really solid. I like Eric Nilsson.
Yeah. So,
I didn't realize
only a couple more picks until the Hurricanes trade down again.
All right. Yeah, I mean, trading
Adam
down
Gold with the tweet, the quote on your tweet.
I like that a lot. I don't think I think Frolov and Andreanov for me were very close, but if you like size, Semyon Frolov's your favorite there.
Yeah.
So my phone is exploding, and I am very sorry if that is happening to you.
He's very controlled in the crease from what I'm seeing on this video. Like, he does not make any aggressive, like, unnecessary movements. Like, there's a few times where he can get a little bit of happy feet, but honestly, like, the way he plays there is really solid in the crease. Like, he's composed. He's not going to drift.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
We are very big fans of that.
Has pick 46 happened yet? No.
No, they're still taking pictures with Nilsson.
Day 2 lasts longer than day 1? Probably so.
But, I mean, we're flying through the second round now. We're almost, 15 picks in? So.
Yeah, I mean, we are flying through this first round.
I don't think Andreanov in the first was dumb. I just think there goes Shiska, by the way, and that's how you say it. Shiska, I think. Shanika. Again, I'm going to get myself in trouble saying that maybe. But big defenseman,
Yeah. Portland's a hell of a program to draft players from. This is somebody that is going to get probably the best development in the CHL. So I really like it.
Yeah, that's a decent pick for them. Yeah.
So 46. So we've got just 2 more picks until the Canes allegedly
Right on the clock.
make a pick here. Would it shock me if they make all 3 seconds? Probably not. But it would. I mean, it shocked me a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
I could see them trading 49, but
Oh, Walt Ruff with the quote tweet. Alexei Medvedev goes 47.
that's a bit of a surprise.
I told you the Russian bump, or not Russian bump, I'm very sorry. The London bump is real. That's ridiculous. But yeah, Semyon Frolov is a great player. I'm gonna keep being happy about that. That's sick, dude.
Again, though, Medvedev is one of the youngest players in the draft class.
Is he like a young 18 then?
He is September 10th, 2007.
Okay.
So, for him to be this good, he's almost a full year younger than most players in this draft, than a lot of players in this draft class.
Yeah, I think Frolov, especially because now we've seen Medvedev.
Yeah, exactly.
Go,
We've seen Medvedev go. This is where the run of goalies happens. It's in the 40s every year.
Wozniak or Schmidt? I would assume Wozniak.
Schmidt, I think, falls because he's 5'7". I think you can get him with
Shane Van Saggy goes 48 right before the Canes, but the Canes are back on the clock.
Canes back on the clock, which could mean one of two things. Either we're welcoming a new prospect or we have to chug our drinks.
I don't want to go get another one, dude. I just finished the first. Can we get like a 10-minute break?
I haven't finished yet. I'm like halfway through.
Are we cowards? What are we doing?
Listen, I drank last night. Shut up.
I didn't. Oh, I gotta. Means I have to go deep into my bag of Telegram and find that Alexander Romanov extension. It could be close.
Yeah, from Cam Robinson here.
Sure.
All right. Carolina.
What are we thinking here? What are we thinking?
Put in the chat. What are we thinking here?
What are we thinking? I've said is Wozniak a few times. What I feel, but it could be a whole host of things. Is Wozniak? It's not Ryabkin. Wozniak. It just feels like it is Wozniak. Another Russian. No thoughts on Levi. I like that option.
The Woz. That's a funny name.
That's a sick nickname.
That's a sick name.
To me, it feels like it is Wozniak.
I was gonna say, you know what we can predict is that it's absolutely a commercial break.
Oh, I'm smelling it from here. McKinney, maybe.
Yeah,
William Moore is still available.
There's some decent NTDP players available.
Who is it?
Or is the pick in?
Charlie Serrato.
All right.
That is a shocking one to me. Charlie Serrato. Okay.
So he's an overager. Double.
He is a double overager.
I don't know about that.
It's a pick. Double overager.
I mean, look, he had a hell of a year with Penn State. Over a point per game with Penn State. And he's a center.
Yeah, you people wanted a center.
You guys wanted a center.
42 points in 38 games.
And he's playing NCAA. So I think
Elite Prospects has him as solid defensively. Let me pull up the draft guide for him. I'm seeing a lot of random from these. Elite Prospects had Charlie Serrato as a D grade.
Yeah, he's a high compete type player. From what I can read, big physical guy. Likes to get to the middle. So as a center, that makes sense.
Sam Turpak, sorry, the scout from
it
FC
sounds. It
Hockey
seems
said
like a lot of
really
people
likes
really
him.
like him.
Yeah, Charlie Serrato, Conrad Fondrick to New Jersey. I'm gonna be real, never heard of him.
I mean, like, he's a big physical player. This is a guy that probably, if he makes it to the NHL, I don't know if he's going to be a top 6 player, but he's going to be one of those guys that is a pain in the ass to play against. And I think, there's something to be said about adding one of those guys to the system, because if you look at the forwards in our system, there's not a lot of prospects that we have that are hard to play against,
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the
Thank
Kings got their
we've
center.
got a little bit of time so that I can finish my drink.
To ask the question about this year, after his year at Penn State, maybe they could realistically, if they really wanted to. I doubt they do, but he could. Do they invite college kids to camp? I think
they can invite them to these development camps. They cannot invite them to main camp.
Okay,
so Serrato should be at dev camp this week.
Yeah, so that's okay. Again, he was crazy good at the NCAA level. He seems really solid. Again, if he's a real pain in the ass to play against, it kind of seems like they wanted some form of an answer of like, we got to have some more sort of grit, toughness that people like to talk about. So
look, you get a middle 6 center and a goalie with starter upside.
Yeah, I think Frolov is
basically the 29th pick, and you have a second round pick or third second round pick. Excuse me.
Oh, that's me this time. Ooh,
my phone's freaking blowing up.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
So 2 times in 3 years, the Canes have taken double overagers out of the NCAA. Legault 2 years ago, and the Canes now.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at Serrato's history. Like he did well as an overager last year. Like, so NTDP kid in his draft year, didn't get drafted. Went to Youngstown last year, was a really good playmaker for them. 50 points in 45 games, and then this past season, kind of exploded for Penn State. 42 points in 38 games. Was a finalist for their freshman of the year. This is a kid that I think you really like in this point in the draft. The floor on him's pretty high, I say, just given the physicality, and the two-way play. But I think that's somebody that you take a chance on, like, with those skills, that can be a guy that you can fast track to the NHL.
Yeah. William Moore goes to Boston. I like that for Boston.
That's a good pick for Boston, I think.
Button had Serrato 70. Okay.
That's fine. Again, though, like, he's 70 because he's a double overager, but if he's the best player on the Canes' board because they know he can play NHL games.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like every team values players differently. Their draft board is going to look so different from every other player,
Yeah.
person.
Serrato's all over the place. And so Button had him 70, Tony Ferrari had him 61, Chris Peters had him 96, FC Hockey had him 47, Smite had him 59. All over the place. But again, I don't hate the pick. They must really like him. I think that's a big thing. If you like a guy there, you like a guy. You're going to take him no matter what. So If Gavin McKenna goes to Penn State, a lot of eyes may be on Serrato. I mean, yeah, be interesting to see if he does go to Penn State. Serrato, Penn State's just going to be a wagon next year, anyways. So, no, why in the second round?
What?
They took the Wild took Theodore Hallquist at 52.
Interesting.
That's my
so for this percentiles among draft eligible forwards this year. In defense, Serrato 99th percentile. Puck carrying 99th. Scoring 97th. Playmaking 97th, and physicality 76th. That's unreal.
And that's against college comp, which is better
than like this is a guy that is going to play NHL games, I think.
Yeah, 100%. And I bet you if he was a year younger, he probably, if you take him here, he's not going to bat an eye solely because he's a double overager. It gets a little bit more eye-catching to us because he's already 20.
Yeah.
But that caught us out of left field. So
like those percentiles are elite. Like this is a guy that if he was in his draft year would be going first round, like unquestionably.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the first one we really...
Another Walt Ruff quote tweet, by the way.
Hey, man. Again, if we just want to like affiliate the prospect account, that'd be great. I think it was just I'm guessing that the second one he did on Frolov?
So it's Gibson for Mrazek, a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth.
Wow.
A lot of people are asking, like, why wouldn't the Canes have done that? Like,
Canes already have their starter.
Gibson's that good. Like, he's been a name for forever, but if you look at his play the past few years, he hasn't been that great for Anaheim. This is a question for you, Nick.
I'm so sorry. I've done it in the past. If I'm not as busy with school stuff, I can try and do it again. Do like a day-to-day thing, but it's very tough for me to do it just because of that. Outplayed Ninja, yeah. Dostal passed him easily. So Cole McKinney goes 53.
That's a good pick for whoever is at 53.
Yeah.
Can I just say we're flying through this round?
It's awesome. It's been very nice. My phone might explode today, but that's okay. Ducks wanted to go.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure that Piotr is much, or Gibson is much better than Piotr.
I think also thinking about Charlie Serrato, I think I'm coming around a lot more on it, especially his time on ice. I mean, he's averaging when he averaged 2 overtime games, it was 24, 23 minutes, but he's averaging close to like second, third line minutes a night. As a guy who was a freshman in college, it's halfway decent. I'm coming around a lot more, and I think I'm overreacting to it because he's 20 comparatively to like 18, 19, or 17. Yeah. So I don't hate it.
This has been an exciting...
No. Theo Stockselius goes.
Oh, wow.
He went at 54. Okay. Russian lessons are going well when you recognize some words in the commentary. That's happened to me so many times recently. It's been very funny. Tag yourself, I'm the potato chip. To me also, the Serrato pick feels very like the Legault pick, where I personally didn't know a lot about him, did more research, came around on him, and then his play over the next year or two just became very evident that he's an NHL guy down there. Yeah. So I think Serrato could definitely be in that vein of a player. So I'm really upset though. Theo Stockselius is a really good player.
Yeah, I felt like he would have been available for us at 62.
Oh, not anymore.
Calgary decides to go pick him, which is interesting.
Really like that. Shades of Jesperi Kotkaniemi in Stockselius' game.
Oh, never mind. I hate it.
All right, man. Oh, goodness. I really do like Theodore Hallquist. Going back to that, that is a really good pick for Minnesota. I'm a big fan of Theodore Hallquist, so I'm a little upset about that, but I can deal with it. Hayden, I cannot even try to pronounce. You know that last name? Is that Papanikis?
Yeah, something like that.
I have never heard of the man. This is where my knowledge, after the early second, mid second, this is where my knowledge is going to.
Yeah, we're gonna rely a lot here on elite prospects.
Elite prospects, anything I can find on Twitter from draft people.
No other picks yet from Stockselius.
Last one was Stockselius. I'm trying to see. Alexei Shevchenko said something about the Hurricanes pick, and I can't translate it normally because Telegram's translations has been down for the past 2 days, which has been just great, especially during the draft. And Russian media is, posting things. Does Carolina have a quirk? Shoot, they might, guys. A quirk.
Like, is he basically saying we just have like a Russian fetish?
I don't think it was exactly that word for word, but I do think they very much so like taking Russian players. Spiros Anastas likes the Serrato pick, so I'm going to agree with the Serrato pick.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
When a Wolves coach says he likes it, you like it. He also liked Frolov, but also he's just retweeting all the draft stuff. So maybe
I think he's just retweeting the prospects. I wouldn't read too much into it.
Okay. I just slammed my phone on my keyboard. So good start for the day. What a fun start to the draft, and it's moving so quickly. It's been great.
This has been solid.
Also, whoever said it earlier, I think it was Annie. Yeah, Boston. Yeah, they've had a really good draft for the first 2 picks, getting Hagens and Moore. That's really good. It's a very solid first 2 picks there.
And I agree, the Sharks have had a good draft as well.
There have been a few pretty solid drafts. I think
the Sharks getting McKinney. Hao Shi Wang is
a pick.
We'll see. Project. Ravensburgen is interesting. And then obviously, getting Michael Misa. Like, they've had a decent draft for sure. I think the Canes have had a decent draft too. I mean, they added a goalie with high upside, and then they drafted a future. And I think Serrato's a guy that sticks at center.
Yes, that's another thing. If Serrato sticks at center, beautiful. I think that would be excellent work. So, because then you addressed, realistically, if he does stick at center, you've addressed your 2 biggest needs in the first 2 picks.
Yeah.
So,
all right, somebody's got to be trading for 55 here because this is taking quite a while.
Maybe. Nashville has ran out of time, so you would think. I have pulled up the Elite Prospects draft guide for future reference, so my screen is just all over the place right now. This is let's see. Okay, nothing. Yeah. So Frolov and Serrato, if you had to give the Canes a grade right now on their draft in just Serrato and Frolov, what are you giving them?
It's a B. I mean, they've addressed 2 needs without taking bad players. Yeah, they've addressed 2 needs in the 2 biggest needs in the system, centers and goalies, and they've drafted arguably the top Euro goalie in the draft. And they've added a center that plays the way we're trying to play.
Sounds good to me.
I can't give this draft an A unless players make the NHL right away.
Oh, the big red button has been pressed.
Yeah, Vegas is trading for 55.
Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Who do they like at 55?
I don't know. Have they had a pick?
Their next pick was 58.
So they're probably trading 58 and like a 6th round pick for it.
Is it possible for Wozniak to fall to 62? Is Wozniak still the guy for the next pick? I think Wozniak would be a great pick if he's there at 62. He's got to get there. Let me close my door a little bit.
I was gonna say I have to keep mine open, otherwise the cat will like dangle off of the doorknob and or the handle.
Nothing too serious. Now, if Vegas wants to just announce the pick immediately, that'd be great. Also,
Yeah.
I mean, Kerbin Limitov is still there, so if he's there,
Yep, Limitov is still available, and he's Russian. So yeah, the trade is the pick 55 overall pick for the 58th overall pick and pick 122.
Okay.
So it's a 4th round pick. I was close though.
I think Kerbin Limitov could be a pick there. Address your two biggest draft needs, and if Kerbin Limitov is there, he could easily be best player available with the way he is.
Yeah, there's a lot of options that the Canes have here for top or for the
Yeah. Also for the Islanders, I also really like the Islanders draft so far. I think the Islanders draft has been really good. In obviously Schaefer. Well, they're announcing the pick, so I'll wait a second. Well, to all the people who wanted Iz Wozniak, including myself.
Did he just go to Vegas?
He went to Vegas.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Well, okay. Darn, that was one of my favorite players in this draft.
Was that Vegas's first pick?
That is Vegas's first pick. That's a good
You know pick. What? That's all right. That's not bad value for them.
Yeah. I thought oh, sorry. I thought Islanders had a good draft with Eklund, Schaefer, Aitchison, and Prokhorov. If Prokhorov develops.
Yeah.
Mark Edwards of Hockey Prospect had Serrato at 40th, and he went 49th. So, yeah. I think it just shocked me because I wasn't expecting it. That's all.
62nd overall is going to be a Russian. I just don't think it's going to be that Russian.
Yeah. If I was betting on a Russian at that pick.
Ryabkin reportedly had one of the worst combines people have seen. So, like, I think with that information, I could see Ryabkin falling very far today.
Yeah.
Limitov would be a good pick here.
Limitov would be amazing value, in my opinion.
Bennett had a bad combine too, for sure. However, Bennett did stuff in his draft year. Ryabkin really didn't.
Well, he did do stuff. It just wasn't good.
Yeah, like Bennett at least had a good draft year. Like Casey Middlestat also didn't have a great combine, and he's been an NHL player. Not a good one, but you know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You might not need any defensemen. If he's best player available, he's best player available.
Yeah. No, I mean,
if this is Kerbin,
here's the thing about defensemen. And goalies are the same way. Like, you know, actually goalies are even worse. Like with defensemen, it's such a hard position to adjust to at the NHL level that like there's a good chance they won't work out. You know, like
Ethan Zada to the Tampa Bay Lightning,
which I believe this is Tampa's first pick.
It is. He was ranked 50th by Elite Prospects. Sure. I don't really know how to.
This is about his projection. He went 56th to Tampa, so.
Yeah. Canes might trade back. I wouldn't be surprised either. That's the thing. They might have a guy they really like at the pick. They also might have a couple guys they like in a few more picks. So.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take people's word for OHL guys because I genuinely looked at maybe 2 OHL guys the entire time. Limitov is the next Nikishin. Let's slow our roll there, but love the enthusiasm. Just might be a little over the top right now. Okay. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. John Gibson's already been moved. Other guy, Jordan Spence got moved. It's been a nice start to the day. So I'm enjoying it so far. Schaefer is the next Nikishin. I'd pay real money to see Matthew Schaefer turn into Alexander Nikishin. Let me tell you what. That'd be beautiful. I think it'd be sick. Make it happen.
The Hurricanes pick should be flown on a helicopter to the nearest cookout.
There you go.
They'd have to go a long way. There are no cookouts on the West Coast.
Red Deer pick to the Flyers. It is Matthew Guard.
Okay.
Matthew Guard. He is ranked 44th by Elite Prospects, and he is listed as a center. Good for them.
A 6'4" center. The Flyers have a type. Have you noticed?
Is it just big player?
Like every player they've taken, they've taken Matthew Guard, huge. Vansagi, huge.
Martone is big.
Pretty big. Amico, big.
They just want big players.
Jack Nesbitt, I think, is big.
Yeah,
Porter Martone. Like, they're getting size this draft, but, like, I don't know if they're getting skill. So, like, they might have the league's best, like, third and fourth line in the future, but...
Yeah. Jack Ivan Kovic to the the Nashville Predators. Sorry.
That's not, they like smaller goalies because, obviously they have UC Saros.
Yeah.
So that's not a super shocking place for him to end up.
Jack Ivan Kovic.
Yeah. So we're 3 picks away from the Canes.
We're almost back on the clock.
Yeah.
For maybe like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What do the Kings do? That'd be fun.
Who's on the clock right now?
LA.
What do the Kings do? I don't know.
I think Ivan Kovic would have been no, they have Slukinski and Carter George. They have no need for another goalie.
Yeah, I could see them taking one.
Well, there's not really any on the board now. Medvedev, Frolov, Andreanov, Ivan Kovic, Ravensburg, and they're all gone.
Yeah.
That's where the goalies fall off, unless they want to reach on like Petteri Rimpinen.
Which I could see a team doing because he had a good World Juniors. But he's also 6 feet tall, so I don't know.
Let's see. Wojtek Sihar. That is how you pronounce it.
Certainly a name.
Chihar.
First player from the Czech league.
Oh, I'm hearing that stupid alarm.
The trade alert?
Yeah. The Ducks are trading.
Oh, it's going to be
it's the Gibson trade, yeah.
Gibson trade.
I'm trying to find... Somebody in the crowd very loudly goes, wow. Wojtek Sihar was ranked 113th by Elite Prospects.
65th by Consolidated, though.
All right.
He played at the World Juniors this year as an underager, so that's an interesting pick.
I'm not familiar with the 6'8" goalie in this draft. I'm going to be completely
All
honest.
right, 2 more picks, and then the Canes are on the clock.
I'm still seeing Kerbin Limitov fall.
Yep.
And it's making me smile a little bit.
It would be very funny if the Hurricanes just went Russian for the rest of the draft.
Funny for who? Funny for who, Matt?
Me.
All right. I think my top available right now is probably Limitov. If they went forward, there's a couple guys that I would have to try and find, but that guy to me is the one that's sticking out the most. If they I wouldn't also just be shocked if they say, we'll go in the 3rd round instead.
Yeah.
Because there is a 20 pick difference between where they pick now and where they pick a little bit later. So...
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if they try and move this and then add a pick in like the 5th round.
Yeah. Did they take Lassie Boelius? Lassie Boelius to Anaheim, the first Finnish player at 60.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
And that's actually earlier than I think a lot of people projected the Finns to go. It's a really bad Finnish class.
Yes, that is the first Finn. The Finnish class this year, next year, and for the next couple of years is probably going to be very, very bad.
Last year's Finnish class was really bad, and this year's class is bad, and I don't think next year's is much better.
Yeah, they're going through a very rough patch in their development cycle. So yeah, almost back to the Hurricanes pick. One more pick in between. Then we'll hear a trade down bell, probably. Jack, I forgot Ivan Kovic is also going to Michigan this year. So I'm shocked it really wasn't a big goalie run, but I guess all the goalies have kind of already gone off the board.
Yeah.
I honestly don't even know the next goalie that could go.
Is
I
this
guess it'd be
Boston right
Lindgren.
here?
Yeah. Who would they even take? All the goalies are gone. I don't even, Louis Beckman from the QMJHL, sure, why not? That'd be a pick for them.
Did he just go?
No, I don't believe so. Liam Pettersson, that's another defenseman I liked.
But you know what that means, though?
Kerbin Limitov is there at
the
62.
Canes are on the clock. Put in the chat. Who do you all want the Canes to pick here?
Yes, put in the chat who you want. My name is Kerbin Limitov if they're going best available, but we will find out who it will be.
Yeah, options for the Canes. I mean, Limitov. There's, people like Ryabkin here.
Doubt it. Cameron Schmidt. Solely because he's 5'7", unless they love his skill.
Yeah, Schmidt, I think falls far. LJ Mooney's still available. I forgot about him.
He's also tiny.
Yes, but
so
let's
interested to see what they do. Going to stick with Ryabkin. Hey man, you have your beliefs, and you will. They have picked. It is. Oh my God! They took Ryabkin.
I'm shocked.
Okay.
Sure. You know what? If he works out, this is a home run, right? If Ryabkin pans out and we can get past the reported laziness, he's a slam dunk.
Ben Kevin goes to New Jersey there.
That is certainly a pick.
Yes, I think
because with Ryabkin, the outcomes are this: either he's like a superstar, or he's one of the worst players you've ever seen.
I got a text that just says, "Oh." Okay.
So Ben Kevin goes to the Devils, like you said. Okay, interesting. I mean, look, if Ryabkin works out, it's going to be incredible. But if he doesn't work out, it's a wasted pick. I don't know, it's ridiculous. He's got the I compared him to Dominic Bach last night because you see he's got God-given talent. He's so good with the puck on his stick. He's incredible. What he can do is it's mind-blowing. But I just don't know if he can use it. But yeah, swinging, this is where you swing for the fence. Yeah, rolling the dice. I think Ryabkin probably goes to the wing at some point. I doubt he sticks at center.
Alexei Shevchenko seems to also be very shocked the Hurricanes have taken Ryabkin. Well, he also goes. I'm not even reading that. Yeah, I think everybody's reaction. Our reaction is very obvious that we are very shocked by Ivan Ryabkin. Wow. For us, it's shocking because it just everything that we had heard from the draft combine and this year was just that it didn't seem likely he was going to get taken this high. Or, I mean, maybe just this where he was taken. So that's our thing. The skill he has, you bet on it because it's ridiculous. But you have to get the other stuff.
Yeah.
You got to get the other
Basically,
stuff.
so what Cam Robinson's saying is, the inconsistency, his attitude, his questions about commitment and his work rate, those are all issues that he'll need to address. But like the skill is there. And you've had 2 picks already. And you see what happens with the 3rd pick. I think with Carolina, like if there's a team that could work out, I mean the picture of him that Walt tweeted goes hard.
That is insane. He is also, if I'm not mistaken, he will be in Russia, or not Russia. He will be in Raleigh for development camp, so we will get to see him on the ice in a Hurricanes jersey.
Yep, he will also be at camp. So the first 3 picks of the draft we get to see at camp. I like
Which is
that.
great. I love it.
We're
I
gonna
am
get
gonna be
eyes on our 3
I
second-round picks. That's incredible.
I'm gonna be watching Ivan Ryabkin like a hawk. Let me tell you what.
Oh, I think it'll be a fascinating.
Yeah, this is also a good way of looking at it. Where you take Serrato, who's a very safe pick with a high floor, and you balance it by taking a dude who could have, top maybe 15, 10 skill in this draft class, but has other concerns. You take a risk here. Why not?
And I'm popping out real quick to do a FaceTime.
Okay. Well, time for me to put on my working boots here. Yeah. Again, I've been a big fan of Ryabkin. I think we have been I have been known for Ryabkin, and I like him a lot. Again, we're just shocked he went here. That's all. Yeah, that's the thing. Ryabkin going into this year was projected top 5, maybe top 3 pick. And now he's getting picked at 62. And he's had some I mean, obviously he forced his way out of Russia, forced his way from Dynamo Moscow, and he's found himself in the USHL. He's a great skill player. It's just, you got to get the other things under wraps. But again, the Hurricanes have the ability to do that. It's the third to last pick in the round. It's second round. Ryabkin skill-wise is incredible. If he gets the rest of it under control, the Canes have a steal. If he doesn't, it's okay. Again, that's a pick that's going to divide a lot of people. So, again, just interested to see how it goes. So, that's interesting, though. Wow. All right. I don't think it's that. With a guy like Isaac Howard, you want to not a guarantee, but as close to a guarantee that he will sign with your team, because you want to make sure he actually does that. I can't speak to that half, but you want to guarantee that he'll sign with your team, and if they don't get it, they're not going to move him. So, yeah. Okay. Ivan Ryabkin. Say it as many times as I will. That's a pick. I'm very shocked by that, but bet on pure skill. Hope it works out. Couple picks. Tinas Luke Cobbler. That is a name. Nathan Bem is not bad. I like that. Ryabkin to Greensboro? No. He will be with the USHL. I'm very interested where he goes. I guess so, yeah. I'm very interested to see where he goes after the USHL, because I truly have no clue if he's eligible for college. I don't know how that works. So maybe he is, maybe not. Yeah, again, Ryabkin skill-wise is great. Other things have to work out. But again, it's a pick you make and you bet on the high upside. So I'm intrigued. Again, the Wings traded for Gibson, you just believe in the Iser plan, man. The Iser plan. That's what you got to believe in. Yeah, again, Ryabkin, he's a very physical player. He's a shockingly physical player. And he has good size as well. I'm going to double check just so I don't say anything wrong. Elite Prospects has him at 5'11". I think he's a little bit bigger than that. But even then, he is still a more physical player than you think. He's a great offensive talent. His skating might need some work. But again, bet on the high upside. You go for it. Why not? Is he one of the highest upside picks the Canes have? Yes. If Ivan Ryabkin hits to his full potential, yes, he is definitely one of the highest upside picks. I would not say he is that good, but Ryabkin is definitely one of the highest pure skills players in the Canes pool now.
Sorry.
Oh my God, you're so loud. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. My mic just reacted. So.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. It's really loud. I don't know why.
Hold on.
Yeah. Ivan Ryabkin to the Carolina Hurricanes. All right.
Is this better?
Yeah, it's slightly better. Okay. UFA is likely signing. We're prospect guys, but if I was placing a bet, I think Nikolai Ehlers.
Yeah, Ehlers. Sorry, I was just catching up. There's only been 2 picks since I left.
Tinas, Luke Cobbler, Kieran Dervin, and Nathan Bem.
Vancouver selected Dervin, huh?
They did.
Fascinating. What are the odds Marner goes to Carolina?
Low.
I don't think it's super likely.
Yeah. Wow, man. All right. We are definitely having a lot more fun today. I can definitely say we're having more fun today. So the Canes now don't pick until the 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's like 82, I think, 87.
Getting at 67, yeah.
Marner would fit RBA's system. He kills penalties for Toronto like that. I think he absolutely would fit our system.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. Ooh, we have a shot. No, I personally don't think I would think they'd toss as much money as possible at him, but if you have Vegas on your line offering you big money, Carolina is moving up.
We're moving up.
That's a thing.
We're moving up.
They're allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm. So we don't drink for moving up. Only trades down.
Oh my God.
So that makes me happy.
Dude, this could be Kerbin Limitov.
He kills penalties, but other than that, useless. He had like 100 freaking points this past year. What do you mean?
I don't know, man. No, we do not drink twice.
No.
No. We will be passed out on the floor. Oh, we're in the draft house talking to Stevie Yzerman.
Oh, Yzerman. I was like,
let me see.
I'm fascinated to know who's on their list here.
Me personally, this feels like Limitov, but never any doubts about the player's talent. Okay, so a big Russian insider, Arthur Kyrulin, he talks about Ryabkin. We won't tell you about it, of course, but there was never any doubt about the player's talent, and he dropped to the 62nd pick. Holy shit. That's what he said. Again, I would love Kerbin Limitov. If it's Kerbin Limitov, I might go drink for the celebration of it all. I would be ecstatic. What is that? Oh my! We have a picture of Ivan Ryabkin in a Canes jersey. I'm gonna tweet it out real fast so the people can see it. But yeah. I just can't believe that's real. So if he is in North America, he will be at Dev Camp. Ivan or Gleb, let the people decide. Oh, that's sick. Interested to see one of their thirds and 20s. Oh, that's one of the extra thirds anyways. That's fine.
So who announced that?
Could not tell you. But
so they used one of the thirds from the Stankoven trade to trade up.
Like how you say Stankoven instead of Rantanen. That's pretty good work. I haven't seen. Yeah, Ryabkin's in North America. He is not. It's a Russian player in North America because he will be playing for Muskegon next year. After that, couldn't tell you where he's going to play because, I don't know how that works for college. Yeah, the amount of Russian skill that the Canes have in the thing, pure skill, sure. I mean, they call Artemonov pure art. Urban Limitov! Yes, dude.
Huge.
Oh, I love Kerbin Limitov so much here. Oh, that's good work.
Again, it's a defenseman.
Oh,
you don't give a shit because
dude, he is best player available here. Kerbin
so he's
Limitov.
6'4".
Oh my goodness.
With elite skating and physicality.
I didn't think he would be a Canes prospect. I am super excited.
That's a big
Canes
one.
Prospect.
So again, the Hurricanes in this draft, like we said this before, with the way the CHL is this year, there's going to be a lot of CHL guys taken. This gives the opportunity for the Hurricanes to take a lot of Euros that are falling. You know. So Limitov.
That is amazing. And they still have
offensively, I'm not sure. But
yeah,
like you bank on this kid having a really good career because he's got, the size of 6'4", like he's mobile as hell.
Dude, Kerbin Limitov is so sick.
Yeah,
oh my god.
That is a
also
really
3 Russian players now, buddy.
Yeah.
We're drafting them all.
And they've drafted arguably the 3 best Russians in the class.
Skill-wise, yeah. Dude, Kerbin Limitov, Semyon Frolov is a beautiful first 2. Serrato is a very solid just play. And then you bet on Ivan Ryabkin's skill. So far, I'm a fan. Obviously, I'm a Canes guy, so I'm going to say I'm a fan.
So what was the trade for? Was it just for a third next year? Okay, so it was for the 125th overall pick.
Get me out of here earlier, please.
And next year, and Dallas is third in next year's draft.
Okay. Oh, you okay? Like the tweet about me saying they're allowed to trade up. That's I can't, dude. I'm a big fan of Kerbin Limitov. Yeah. He's basically take what you like about.
Somebody was like, "Oh, Carolina drafting a 6'4" physical Russian." You say,
okay, so yeah, it is 67 Kerbin Limitov. Yeah, so take all the things you like about Timur Cole, Alexander Sergatsky, Roman Chakrin. Kerbin Limitov is them, but better right now.
Yeah,
and I like it.
That's a really big trade.
I love
to get a player
to move up and get Limitov. That is a great move.
So for those of you that are curious, I'm looking it up right now. Limitov is under contract with with Dynamo Moscow until the end of the 2027 season. So that's actually pretty good.
Cam tweeted out a quote of Ivan Ryabkin. Ivan Ryabkin is happy to be joining Semyon Frolov in Carolina. Happy. His whole quote was just happy. I wouldn't say it's a Nikishin fetish, but you're stacking your prospect pool with just super strong skating big defensemen. Why not?
All right, percentiles here for Kurbin Limitov. Defense, 99th. Physicality, 97th. Playmaking, 78th. Scoring, 53rd. And transition, 51st. Data comps are Mason Lowry.
Hey.
Who's an NHL player.
Yeah.
But like that is a solid like comparison.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Emil Perlorn.
I mean, maybe won't be at camp.
Yeah, they posted a picture of him in Dynamo Moscow. Is he a Gold Star client?
No.
Okay, so probably not.
Doesn't say, so not Gold Star.
Okay. Wow, man.
He's probably a winner's kid then.
Let me go and look. But Kurbin Limitov, that is such a good pick. I can't get over that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with this class.
He's probably asleep.
They do not have his agency listed.
So he's probably with like an advisor then, like a small advisor.
Yeah. But that's a great pick.
Favorite pick so far? Ooh.
Probably Kurbin Limitov. Limitov in the third is great value.
I really like the Frolov pick. I think Ryabkin's a great pick if it works out. The Canes are like looking like bandits here.
Yeah, the Canes are 100%.
Moscow. I don't know why. I thought it was,
the Canes are definitely trying. Shout out Oleg Smirnov, the Canes scout in Russia. That man, obviously, he
puts in work.
That man is a king, a demon, a beast among these parts. They trust his evaluations a lot. Obviously, they've taken a ton of Russian players here, and the value that they're getting for them is just great, in my opinion. Cam Robinson, I know a number of teams had Kurbin Limitov rated as a first-round caliber asset. The Hurricanes scoop him at 67.
Yeah,
I can't believe that.
Me.
Jerome Berube of Hockey Prospect had him at 16th.
Yeah, again, you bend on the physical tools, right? Like the skating and the physicality are solid. You know, chances are he's a decent defenseman.
Yeah. Again, he was, whenever I got to watch games of him, I genuinely was just smiling because he is so fun.
Oh, Boston is trading for the 69th pick.
Nice. 79 and 108 for them. But Kurbin Limitov was ranked 33 by Elite Prospects. They have him as shades of Philip Broberg. Limitov's team, KHL team he did not play in the playoffs. They have him as a 7 physical and a 6 skating.
Yeah.
That's really good. I forgot I can use tracking data from Lassie Alinen, and I'm immediately upset at myself. So let me start plugging that away. But Limitov's microstats, which everybody loves to hear about advanced analytics. Everybody loves to hear it. His card is so beautiful, in my opinion. And I will be tweeting that out in a second, but I will show the stream here first, just because you people are here watching. You should be able to get the first look here.
So yeah, it seems like Limitov's just one of those guys that's just going to be on the attack constantly.
Yeah. So this is Kurbin Limitov's card. This is from Lassie Alinen, who does great work tracking data and microstatistics. Passing, he rates very highly. Defensively, he seems okay. He likes to play in transition. The big thing for me that is very translatable to the NHL, offensive buildup, because that solely focuses, or offensive involvement, that is solely his involvement in the offense. And if he does it like that, good works for me. And that is
Well,
something
what's
that
really
you
nice
can
here is
translate.
you see the slot passes too being so
Yeah.
high. Like this is a guy that makes a lot of plays to the middle of the ice that will work out.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry.
and then offensive involvement, that's pretty good. Like this seems like a guy that's going to just be all over the place on the ice in a good way, not like in a like Ryan Murphy kind of way.
Sean Barnhill goes to the Rangers here.
So we've missed a couple picks there. I've missed a couple picks there.
Will Reynolds to Seattle and Hayden Papanekis.
Yeah.
Sure. Sean Barnhill is 6'5" and a right-handed defenseman. That is New York Rangers all over the place.
Yeah. Well, and Hayden Papanikis is 6'5".
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is. I still. Yeah. All right. All right. So we still have a little bit more longer before the Hurricanes are on the clock again.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little quicker now. Like there's less trades back.
Hopefully. So you say
There's
that
less
now.
time between picks now. There should be, at least, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, so how much Russian am I gonna actually have to know for camp? I have a
Yes.
decent understanding, but apparently I need a better understanding. Oh, what is that quote I see here? Walt Ruff, the Canes' newest prospect. I'm guessing that's about Ryabkin. Oh, Kerbin Limitov. When asked who do you think is the best defenseman in the NHL, he responded, "Me in 5 years."
What a guy.
That's a beast.
Give that man an NHL contract right now.
That is the greatest thing I've ever heard. The Junior Sabres just got a guy taken? Oh no, they're announcing the pick as a kid from the Junior Sabres.
So the Junior Saviors are a hell of a program, but it would shock me if somebody was picked from there.
Cannot underestimate just how beast this action is. That's a baller quote right there. Does Tom Dundon have ties to the Russian mafia? No. I think they trust their scouts a lot, and if they see value, they see value. Kerbin Limitov is a Canes prospect. That, good lord, that just makes sense. If he was another guy that kind of just felt like a Canes prospect to me. Also, this means all the work I did on saying guys that you should know for the draft didn't go to waste. Because I did Frolov, Ryabkin, and Limitov. The only one I didn't do was Serrato. So proud of myself there. But, whew. I still can't. That quote is just beautiful. Also, does that mean he's going to be in North America in the next 5 years?
Well, I mean, yeah, his contract's only for 2 years, so I would hope.
Oh. Hey, man. Yeah. Yeah.
This has been a really good draft for the Kings.
Also,
I mean, like obviously they're getting a lot of Russians because like that's just what
they're falling.
That's the market inefficiency that they exploit every year. Is like Russians just fall.
So, about Limitov here, in the MHL playoffs, the least amount of time he spent on the ice in one game in his final series was 25 minutes. They played 5 games. It was 25 minutes, 36 minutes, 27 minutes, 29 minutes, 41 minutes. That game went to overtime as well. The whole game was 82 minutes, and he played 41 of that. They trust him. Man. I still... All right. Yes, it seems like they are really betting on Russians again. How many more do we think? So I think somebody asked me that question earlier about how many Russians they take or how many trade downs. We are 4 picks in, and they've taken 3. How many more do we think they actually take?
You say they have 3 more picks?
I actually have no idea.
Or 4 more?
An amount. I do not know
They
the
should
actual
have
amount.
a 5th, 2 6th, and a 7th, I believe.
Okay. By the way, Buffalo took David Bedkowski. I do not know. Drink for every Russian. We would also be blitzed at this point.
Yeah. I was gonna say I would like to live to see tomorrow.
Another London player. Who is it? Noah Reed. Also, I have no idea how Shevchenko got that picture of Ryabkin in a Canes jersey because he is not there.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's always fun to see. Weird draft. No, I wouldn't say that. Yeah. There's been a very, yeah, I don't really know. I'm trying to see. I'm just trying to catch up to make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't believe I have.
So I'm looking at the draft right here, and I just don't understand. Like the Hurricanes are taking upside, and like you're seeing these teams like Noah Reed, 26 points in 45 games, Bedkowski, 7 in 35, Barnhill, 12 and 54. Like it's just like the skill that the Canes are like taking is crazy. Like it, and other teams just seem to be taking bad players.
Y'all better be. No, we are not. Lemitov says he is familiar with both Ryabkin and Nikishin. Well, Lemitov is a former teammate of Ivan Ryabkin. They played for the same Dynamo Moscow youth team. So that's technically two prospects they have taken from Dynamo Moscow this year.
Yep.
The same team with Max Comtois and Cedric Paquette. Legendary Hurricanes. Absolutely legendary. Charlie Trethaway goes to Pittsburgh. Yeah. All right. I still can't get over Lemitov. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, that's a really nice one for the Canes.
They've done great work. Lemitov being there was crazy.
Is it crazy though? I mean, you look at the players drafted in between when the Canes took Ryabkin and Lemitov.
It's definitely been
2 Canadians, an American, and then a kid playing in Sweden. Look at the kids between Ryabkin and Serrato.
The Canes still have 83. I did not realize.
Canes or Kings?
Canes.
Yeah, so 83 is coming up like relatively soon.
Also,
87.
Luca Romano to the Islanders. Luca Romano to the Islanders. I like that. Big fan of that for the Islanders, again, who are having a sick draft. I'm trying to think of what, I mean, again, you're probably looking best player available or a trade back here. Wouldn't really say. Cameron Schmidt is probably going to keep dropping. That'd be my best bet, is that he keeps dropping. Is it actually they don't pick until the 6th round now? Is that real?
No, they have a 3rd round pick.
Well, after this.
After the 3rd, I don't believe they pick until the 6th. Which is why I absolutely think that pick is getting moved.
Yeah. I feel as if it would, yeah.
Because again, Luca Romano just went. That's another OHL guy. Like, There are no European players getting selected, and very few Americans. Like, I know it's not a great American class, but like, I could see the Hurricanes trading back, getting a 4th and a 5th round pick, and saying like, look, or a 4th and maybe like a couple late round picks, and saying like, this is where we're going to take our guys. We can take at least another goalie. Any of these guys play for Chicago this year? No.
I don't know. The only one
might play
I
at
was
the end
going
of
to
the year
say,
if he has a good enough year. The Canes might sign him just because he's going to be 21.
Yeah.
And then what's his name? Frolov won't.
No, Frolov, no. Lemitov,
Ryabkin
no.
won't.
Ryabkin,
I don't know where
no.
Ryabkin's playing next year, to be honest with you.
That's my thing. I think he can stay with Muskegon. After Muskegon, I have no idea where he can play because I don't know how they do that. So Lemitov spoke with the media over Zoom and specifically mentioned Alexander Nikisha when he asked if he knows anything about the Canes. Canes got motion out in Russia, I'm telling you. That made me feel old. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, Serrato right now is the only player I could see making it to Chicago this year.
Another goalie, Michael Prattle, goes to Detroit.
So if Lemitov is on Zoom with draft stuff behind him, is he in North America?
I don't know.
Because he could be at camp then. I mean, that's something to keep an eye on.
And also for anybody wondering about camp, they probably will announce a roster either later today after the draft or tomorrow. That'd be my best
guess. My guess is tomorrow morning is when they'll announce it.
Because everybody's supposed to get there tomorrow. So
yeah. Another goalie off the board, Michael Prattle.
He's a goalie.
Certainly.
I really don't know what to say besides he's a goalie. So
yeah, but again, this is just pick 87 just feels like a pick that's not going to be the Hurricanes.
It feels like they will be.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I didn't see Lemitov have a agency joining their goalie monopoly. Yeah, man. John Gibson, Sebastian Cosa, Jack Campbell is still there, if I'm not mistaken. They also have another like 2 or 3 that they have. Like Trey Augustine is probably going to sign after this season. So like that's weird. So yeah. I'm gonna try and dig for this Gold Star agency. I'm gonna see if I can find this gentleman's thing. Can I search just for like... No, I can't. Of course I can't. Why would I ever be able to do something simple? Canes have a lot of guys that are Gold Star clients. I didn't really realize. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one like Russian guy.
Yeah. There's a lot. Mukanov, Grudinin? Pelvin? My God.
Yep.
I don't... Anamir Miftakov. I don't know if he's there with the Gold Star people, and that's what I'm trying to find out. But it is very fun to try and find that information. Show me. So I do not believe he is a Gold Star client. Can I just look up Kervin Lemitov agency and it'll give me an answer?
All right. Have there been any more picks since Prattle? No, my God.
No.
Somebody's got to be trading for 76 then.
Okay. Puckpedia doesn't have an agency either.
So it's possible he's either self-represented or just has like a family advisor then.
I'd pay to see him self-represent. But I have no idea.
I'm starting to get a little hungry.
About 2:00.
Yeah.
Do what now? Try and spot. Yeah, I could. Columbus moves up. Let me see.
I was going to say, usually when it takes a while for picks, it's because there's a trade.
It doesn't look like he is a Gold Star client. Does he list a client on his YouTube or his YouTube, Instagram? That's what I meant. I like how this is how I'm spending my time, is just trying to find any sort of agency.
Nick, I would say that again. If it's not listed as Gold Star, it's not.
I'm just trying to find it.
Oh,
okay. Like... Also, for knowledge, Kerbin Limitov is at the draft in LA.
Oh, okay.
And I can say that because he posted a picture at the draft. I know that was probably awful to look at, but he seems like he's been in the US for a good amount of time here. Yeah. So, sure. I will just take word because I have, again, no clue. But if he is in the US now, I would assume he will be at Canes training camp. Or dev camp, sorry, not training camp. They took Malti Voss. That is a name.
It's not. It's no Malti Stromwall.
Ooh, Canes legend. Okay, I meant to say dev camp and I slipped my words. I'm
making training camp.
that was a slip up on my end. I'm very sorry for that. No, he will more than likely be at development camp if he is already in the United States.
We are 7 or 10 picks away from the Canes allegedly picking again.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I have no inside information. You people might think I do. I have none. I'm sitting here with Matt just talking. Shooting the shit.
Insider status now.
I'm gonna put Canes Insider in the prospect account. Why not?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Probably not. No, Colorado goes to UMass and takes Del Elche.
You know what? I said he would be one of the top players off the board. This is the round I expected him to go in. Yeah, that's a good pick for Colorado.
Yeah.
Not another Canes Insider. Don't even get me started.
You had your whole rant yesterday.
Don't
do this. Don't do that. Don't do that. We don't need to do it again. I really do like Deleche, which is how they were pronouncing it. He is a very good player. He's kind of like Serrato in the fact that he's an overager, not dominated, but had a very, very good freshman year in college and gets drafted because of it.
Yep.
So I think Cameron Schmidt will probably be taken later unless the team values the talent over the height.
Yeah, it really depends.
So, again, if anybody has any questions about prospects or anything, please feel free to ask. We still have a ton of time to fill between picks. So, did my mouse just die? It did. I didn't even think that's possible.
Talent over height is the Canes' way. I mean, they've drafted a 6'3" goalie.
6'4"
drafted
defenseman.
A 6 tall forward. Ryabkin is 5'11" but plays physically, and they've drafted a 6'4" defenseman.
They're all big,
like,
for the most part.
I think in general, like, you know, yes, if Schmidt ends up being the best player available, they take him, right? You know, like, they'll take a small guy, but like, I think a lot of people who were mad that the Canes were like they got look at the forward of fool. Who
No what?
cares?
No what?
We had 13 players drafted play for the Canes this past year.
That's actually a
We
good
don't
point.
change that strategy.
There's not been that many sub 6 feet players taken today as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the league. Like, if the Hurricanes draft small players in the later rounds, that's fine. That's because it's a market inefficiency. That might be all that's left.
Yeah.
You know, like they can trade for those big physical players. They can sign them in free agency. Like, you take the bets on skill because I would much rather have Seth Jarvis than Dean Letourneau.
That is the second time we've given some shade to Dean Letourneau over the past 2 days. Only Falls Canes biggest holes currently for the Wolves. Basically everything.
They've got it. They've got
the right side of the defense forwards. Is good.
Legault's a good defenseman.
I like the right side of the defense a lot in Legault, Badinka, and Nystrom.
Yeah, like their defense next year could be really solid.
The forwards are probably still going to be exciting.
I think they're lacking a bit in.
There's definitely going to be overhaul there.
First high school player off the board in
Cooper Simpson. Sure. Again, this is where my knowledge just kind of So we're gonna.
He had 7 goals in 9 games with Tri-City when he joined them. It's kind of crazy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, as someone who likes everything, yeah, there's a lot of stuff they have to fill, but I think this year for the Wolves, they're probably gonna.
Oh, Mason West out of high school. You're right. Sorry, there was one other high school player.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for the Wolves, it's basically. I think they're probably going to go a lot more vet heavy with players this year comparatively to last year.
So they can't. The AHL limits how many vets they have.
They don't have that many vets on their. I thought it was just Slavin right now.
Well, yeah, I mean they're going to sign more vets, but they can only have like 7 players that have played over like 200, 250 pro games.
Maceo Phillips to the Flames, by the way. Sure. Any Wolves will graduate. If Nadeau has a good camp, Nadeau. But I think it's likely Nikishin might be the only rookie this year. Again, it kind of depends on how Nadeau has in camp. If he has a good summer developing, all the fun stuff there. Another gigantic defenseman. That's what Maceo Phillips is. He's 6'6". Yay. Oh, Joel Hofer signed a contract extension in St. Louis. Is he ready defensively, physically? Yes and no. Again, if he has a really good summer, he can. Will Nikisha win the Calder? It depends on the opportunity that he gets. If he is mainly a third pairing guy that doesn't get power play or PK time,
that's such a weird way to announce a signing, by the way.
Yeah, he can't get offer sheeted because also the Canadians take Bryce Pickford.
Like, who wanted them?
Apparently, he was gonna get an offer sheet, Matt. Scott Morrow, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I have no clue. He's in a very awkward spot right now. I don't know if you have more explanation you'd like to give or not, but I have no explanation. I tried my best to give like a thought out answer, but I had nothing.
Give me a sec. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with the draft here.
Bryce Pickford goes to. He's only 6 feet.
Whoa.
We finally broke the cycle. I think if Burns is re-signed, little chance. That's what I think, but also Nadeau is going to Arseny Radkov. Who? That is a Russian goalie that I genuinely have no clue.
Is he the 6'8" one?
6'4", so no.
Okay.
Arseny Radkov is a Winners Hockey Agency guy. He was ranked the 12th EU goalie, ranked 294th by McKean's. He is 6'4", and he played in the NHL last year, and he is heading to the University of Massachusetts in 26, 27.
UMass.
Do the Canes not have the 83? They have 87. I'm sorry. Tommy Lafreniere.
They've had 87 the whole time.
Okay.
I said that, and then...
Do you think my brain is working full capacity today?
No. Do you keep him up as 7th or send him down for playing time? The only way you keep Morrow up is if he's getting playing time every night.
Yeah. If he's not getting playing time, you send him to Chicago to get 20-plus minutes a night.
Yeah.
So Tommy Lafreniere goes to the Oilers, and that is the Oilers' first pick of the day. Took them long enough. Keep a database going for all Russian yeah, brother. I don't. The amount of Russians they've drafted and the amount of contract situations I get to keep track of going forward is going to be just great.
Yeah.
It's awesome that I have to keep up with
another goalie off the board, Gabriel Daig.
Daig going there is shocking to me.
He's 6'4". The run on goalies has happened a little later than I think we thought it would, but like,
what letter grade would you give Perron for the last season? B-, C+.
Yeah.
Something around there. Wasn't horrible, wasn't great. Injury took away a lot of his season, or a month of his season, a couple weeks anyways. And he should have a bigger and better opportunity with Michigan and a much better Michigan team into next year.
Is a trade for Anderson realistic? No, but it'd be fun.
I think it'd be amazing, guys. I love Rasmus Anderson, so I like it. I'm honestly shocked Daig went over Louis Beckman from Drakkar, because Beckman was really good this year as a guy who watched a lot of Drakkar games. So, need to study abroad in Russia? Probably not right now. They have the whole political climate situation going on. I do want to go to Russia in the future. I think it would be very, very fun, but my sleep schedule is already cooked. It's been cooked for a while, but trade back from 87, it feels likely.
This feels like a trade back will happen. However, I think that if there's a player available, I think the Hurricanes make that happen. Like if there's a guy that they just like, I think they make it happen. It's also contingent on what do other teams want right now. We've seen one trade down this round. 2.
Is Scott Morrow going to start? Don't know. Maybe. Depends on how
he has a good enough offseason, maybe.
Yeah, puts on weight or just gets.
He has to fundamentally change how he plays though, because he's very afraid.
Yeah, you have to be more ready for contact. More ready for Yeah, good wording there, bud.
All right, we haven't had pick 85 yet.
Apparently, Alexander Zurovsky and Ivan Demidov are childhood friends.
Cool.
That's neat. They're also Dan Milstein clients.
Yeah.
Dan Milstein has a thing for... He's just a very, very Russian-based guy. Just basically getting everybody. Except for Nikishin, who is Cortex.
Through 85 picks, there have only been 6 players selected under 6 feet tall.
Wow. Oh, do we have a trade back?
One player selected since the start of the second round has been under 6 feet tall.
As soon as you started talking about...
And you know who that one player is? It's Ivan Ryabkin.
And even then, he's a big... I mean, he plays big. So... Also, you were just talking about how there hasn't been a trade back, and it seems like there's a trade back.
Yeah. Looks like it.
My, oh my. And we are still in the third round, so we still have so many more rounds to go.
Yeah.
The next few rounds, if they don't trade back, are going to suck. Because It's just going to take forever until we get to the next Canes pick. Vegas has traded up here.
Vegas traded up twice today.
Look at them. They must have somebody they really like at 85. I could not tell you anybody at 85 you would like that much, but maybe you like somebody at 85. Is there a guy that's fallen that far? Don't know.
I can't really think of any names that have fallen like crazy far. Like Cameron Schmidt has fallen, but like it's kind of understandable.
If you take Cameron Schmidt there, sure, but yeah. Nothing could be longer. Yeah, that first round was disgusting. We're already almost 2 rounds down in 2.5 hours comparatively to 1 round in 4.5. So I'm appreciative of that in any case. The Canes are definitely not trading Svetch. They're going to need his translation skills for year to come. No, I don't think that's how that works, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. So it was somebody on the prospect account saying they shouldn't trade Svetch because they need him to translate. Don't think that's how that works, but you can get a translator if you really need one. They take Matteo Nobert. And then it cuts straight to commercial.
Oh yeah.
Matteo Nobert.
Well, because we are now 1 pick away from the Hurricanes going on the clock.
Yeah, the Aitchison hit mixtape is ridiculously fun. And Nobert is scraping 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
August 2007 birthday, played in the Q. Can we get a Hurricanes pick during a commercial break and repeat every other time? Can we do it?
So, I mean, who are the Canes' options here?
You
know what? No, I'm not asking that. I was going to say we got to just trade back.
Let me do a very deep dive into the trade back with somebody. I think would be an option. I could not tell you any names around this spot that I would be like, you have to draft them, which says something. Maybe Mads Kongsback Clivo. I don't think I'd hate it, but I don't think that would be a pick. Or the pick, sorry. Maybe if you want another defenseman, Maxim Agafonov. I don't know, man. Tyler Hopkins. And the Canes are on the clock. Yay!
All right, the Canes are on the clock. Again, put in the chat who you guys want the Canes to pick.
If you have a name that you actually want,
got a name at this point, like we're
scraping bottom of the barrel here. This is their 5th pick of the draft.
It would shock me if the Hurricanes pick somebody from the OHL here.
Cam Schmidt, I doubt it.
And that's not even about the Cam Schmidt thing because he plays in the dub, but like there have been so many OHL players selected that there just cannot be any good players left.
LJ Mooney, too small. That man might be scraping right now 5'6", 5'7". Yeah. Oh, hold on. I can barely hear it. It's a Russian player. Who was it? I did not hear who it was, but it's another Russian player from Dynamo Moscow. It is Roman Bausov. Okay. You'll never guess he is a Russian defenseman. Roman Bausov is April 2007, 6'5", 190-pound right-handed defenseman.
Yeah, who was complaining about the fact that the Hurricanes didn't take size?
My goodness.
A little off the board here. I think
also,
the team is probably banking on the size and the skating here. it looks like he's more of a shutdown guy with that size. He's a big boy.
Yeah, they're doing the thing they like to do and taking just gigantic defensemen, which, sure. Roman Bausov, let me see. I'm 6th grade physical, 5th grade skating. Everything else is around 5, 4.5. Also, that is now their 3rd player from the Dynamo Moscow system.
In this draft?
Yes. Ryabkin, Limitov, Bausov. He's big. My good Lord.
Yeah, so it looks like he's got to fill out. He's got to add some weight, but he's 6'5", so that should not be a problem. Looks like he's a really good defensive defenseman. Kind of the offense is a question mark. You know, with a 3rd round pick here, that's somebody I think you take any day.
Artem Gonchar goes to the Rangers. That was the guy I really liked in later rounds.
Is that Sergei's kid?
That is Sergei's kid, if I'm not mistaken. Or any relation.
See, it seems like the skating's really good on him.
Sergei's nephew. It was a relation to Sergei. I just had no clue. How many Russians are they going to actually take today, dude? Because this is again getting a little ridiculous. That's 4 out of 5 now. Good Lord, man. What did he? I'm very interested to see what Alexei Shevchenko said. I mean, if Carolina just wants to replace Vityaz in the KHL this year, they could probably do that.
So hilariously, 9 Russians have been taken. The Hurricanes have drafted 4.
4. Carolina also took Bausov. Do you like the U.S. at all? So 3 different players the Canes have taken from that MHL Dynamo Moscow team. My good Lord, that team produced some great talent this year, it seems.
Mason Moe heading to the Devils.
Okay, that's not... Good Lord, man. I did slight amount of research into Bausov. I liked he was big and he was a right-handed defenseman. Other than that, you kind of just bet on the value of him filling out his skill with good skating, being 6'5", and pray. That is true. The Carolina Hurricanes in Russian. That is true. Yes. Most of the time you're going to, if you go to a specific website and watch any Russian junior games, you will 100% probably see a Hurricanes prospect playing this year. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous in a good way, I think I would say. It's just a lot of Russians. Did they do any tracking for Bausov? So now they don't pick forever, correct?
Yeah, I believe they don't have another pick till the 6th round.
Okay. That's what I thought. So now we just get to be here. Hooray. Because they already traded once today.
So
they're not...
Dylan Griffin, it's like he doesn't have the puck skills yet, and he needs to add some weight with Bausov. But he impressed early on in the year, and there's a decent chance that he, continues to get better.
Yeah. So, again, I'm saying... Oh, darn. Let me fix that.
Brady Peddle, that's an interesting one, heading to Pittsburgh.
Thought he would have won earlier. He did win earlier.
No, he's another big defenseman, but there's
Okay, I'm going to just delete this tweet and fix it, because I think I've been talking out of my behind, and let me double check. All right. Kerbin, no, because Kerbin was also Dynamo.
No, they traded Reese. They traded 125 to trade up.
Let me figure this out. Okay, Limitov played for Moscow. Owen Martin goes there. Okay, he played for Dynamo Moscow. I think Ryabkin was Dynamo Moscow. And okay, so Dynamo St. Petersburg. Why are there two Dynamos?
So since the
Wait,
Hurricanes have taken Bausov, there have been two Americans. Or there's been only one other Russian player taken. Like there have just been so many like North American players taken in this draft. Like it doesn't shock me that the team has picked so many Russians so far.
Yeah. Jeez Louise, man. Let me also fix this one. So two players from the Dynamo Moscow system, one player from Dynamo St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in looking at things, it's fine that the Hurricanes have drafted more defensemen than forwards in this draft. Or excuse me, as many defensemen as forwards. Like if you can get Limitov and Bausov at least seems interesting. Like that's important, you know. It's important to take the best players available. Like you're not just taking a forward just because, well, we need forwards 5 years from now. Like, you might not. The next 3 rounds are going to be tough to get through, though, because we got nothing till like the late 60s, I think.
Yeah. They're talking the broadcast is talking about the Hurricanes Russian. They immediately said guys that don't come over. What are we talking about here? What? I've seen more issues with college kids not signing than Russian kids not signing recently. That is such a dumb point to make.
But it's a narrative that the NHL continues to push, and I'm okay with it because it allows the Hurricanes to continue to get value.
Yeah. Do you feel that another reason for the Russian picks is due to not really? I think it's just because teams don't value Russian players highly still.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kerbin Limitov was a 3rd round pick when a lot of people had him early 2nd.
So it's just taking advantage of a market inefficiency. And they split their scouts by region occasionally, Thomas, but yes, they have a region, but given how much video is available to teams, most teams probably have their scouts looking all over the place, you know? If it's going to be a collaborative effort, you should be looking at most players around the league.
Because they're gonna just give you players.
Really, after you see a certain player a few times, you're gonna know what they are.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of and I mean even then, they still took a college kid who played all U.S. hockey, so it's not like all Russian. But and once again, if we're noticing, no CHL picks. Which, can you color me shocked? No.
Yep, there's a few.
You gonna finish your thought there?
Sorry.
I'm hearing the trade alarm go off. 93 for 96 in a 2027 7th. Declan Chisholm is getting traded right now.
Who?
Declan Chisholm, a defenseman from Minnesota. All the CHL picks for 1st round. That is 100% true. After the 1st round, they've kind of not slowed down, but yeah. So what do we want to do while we have 6 years before the next pick?
I don't know. I mean, we can talk about Declan Chisholm getting traded, apparently.
I mean, that's a big move, dude.
I don't even... Did he play NHL games this past year?
Yes. I couldn't tell you.
So he's a 25-year-old defenseman. that play. He probably is like third pairing extra D. Where's he going?
They just said it was Michael Russo who just said hearing he could be on the move. Could be trading. So maybe. Yeah. I don't know. This is I'm really interested for training camp. I will definitely say that. Training camp seems like it's going to be
camp. Training camp will be fun too.
I'm going to throw some dude, my brain is I'm losing it today. But yeah, Blake Vanek. Oh my good lord. I feel old.
Is that Thomas Vanek's kid?
That is Thomas Vanek's kid.
No freaking way. Thomas Vanek was also one of like the most traded players of all time.
I very much so enjoyed Thomas Vanek in the NHL.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Another big kid. He's fairly old or young for this draft. I mean, I don't hate it for Ottawa. It feels
and
like
there goes Cam Schmidt.
To who?
Dallas.
You know, Dallas is not afraid to take the smaller players. Obviously, they drafted Logan Stankoven.
That is also their first pick of this year, if I'm not mistaken.
They are a team that's not afraid to take smaller guys. And so, you know, it's going to be a fascinating pick. I mean, if it works out, it'll be unreal. But there's a whole lot of ifs there.
Yeah. There's a CHL guy. They're going. Just takes them a couple minutes to figure it out. Yeah, immediately somebody I follow from Dauber immediately goes, he could just be another Logan Stankoven.
Yeah.
So it's a good pick though. I mean, his skill level is super high, so I get the value there. This is gonna be a really long wait.
It is, and like I'm hoping that like as the draft goes on, there's more things go on.
Yeah,
because
I'm hearing that alarm again. Teddy Muttrin goes to San Jose. Sorry,
that's a good pick for them.
Minnesota. There goes Declan Chisholm to the Washington Capitals.
Fascinating.
That is a thing.
What is Washington cooking?
Justin Sourdiff for a second-round pick. Declan Chisholm for the last pick of the third round. Sure. Apparently, Daniel Prokhorov had no family with him at the draft because his brother's getting married and they're all there.
Damn.
That sucks.
So who did Chisholm get traded for?
96. And I think it was 96 for Chisholm in a fourth. Chisholm in a fifth, maybe. Not 100% sure.
So very little.
So it was Declan Chisholm in 180 for Chase Prisky in 123.
Chase Prisky,
guy naming dudes. We're back.
Wait, did he go? Wait, no, sorry, he didn't sign with Washington.
Prisky is off to Minnesota.
Yeah, and then they go ahead and pick the first German off the board, Maxim Schaefer.
Is David Lewandowski in this class? I think he is.
Maybe.
I think he gets drafted today somewhere, maybe.
He's a CHL player. I'm actually kind of shocked he hasn't gone already.
Schaefer?
No, Lewandowski.
Oh, got you. The first player. No.
All right, so we are done. We're
fourth round.
We are in the fourth round, and we are 2.5 hours into the stream.
So second and third, 2 rounds in 2.5 hours. Could be worse. I don't really know. Well, yeah. And we're going to break. We're good. I can't
I'm
chase
hoping the
Pist-
fourth round will speed up because like typically what happens is as the draft goes on, it takes less and less time between picks.
You would
Like,
hope so.
this is going to be a very funny draft for the seventh round because like I feel like a lot of teams are just like they're gonna have to take like European guy number 8 because they've bled the CHL dry already.
Yeah. I want to see this. I want to see where Yegor Borikov goes, and I want to see where I think it's Mikhail Fyodorov. Those are my two that I look at very deep into the draft. That's those are guys. Let me tell you what. Those are players that play hockey to an extent in a league.
They certainly do.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We have another like 20 rounds till the Canes pick, which means probably another 7 hours here. So, oh, there goes
Yeah,
Louis
I mean,
Beckman.
I was hoping to have a few more trades to talk about.
Louis Beckman goes to Ottawa.
Mm-hmm. Another goalie off the board.
Played for Drakkar.
Yep, he was Justin Poirier's goalie this past year.
I actually thought he was good. Shocked he went 4th round.
He had a solid U18.
Another, I believe that is another German off the board in Julius Sumpf. Something like that. I couldn't tell you how to actually pronounce that.
Sumpf. German, you usually pronounce everything.
That's what I'm trying to do. I had a buddy who did multiple years of college in Germany. But also, that's 2 picks in like 3 minutes. So we're going to fly. Hopefully. Somebody called Frolov a Kochetkov clone. I doubt it. It's not who I see there. I don't have comps for players at this point. I don't like doing comps like that. It's kind of weird. So we've only had to drink once today. I feel as if we're disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, drinking it. Oh, another goalie, Trenton Bennett.
Who?
Owen Sound's goalie.
Sure. I'll believe you there, buddy.
He appeared in 6 OHL games this season and
6?
31 games in the CCHL.
And he goes 4th round?
Yeah.
And he's at 06?
He is the 6'8" goalie in this draft class.
So whoever was
And he's
talking
an
about the
overager.
6'8" goalie, there you go.
Yeah, he's a St. Lawrence commit, which like St. Lawrence has not produced an NHL player. So I that pick baffles me.
That seems, I mean, I guess you're just betting on his size and he gets better. But late birthday and you didn't play in the OHL that much this year.
Sumpf also is a double overager that was barely over a point per game in the QMJHL this year. He did have a good World Juniors, so like
maybe, teams value that.
But like that's a weird one for Chicago here.
That was Chicago picking? Oh.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Please don't slow it down though. We need to keep going, guys. Please.
It's also because I mean, so Thomas, like Schmidt is a fierce competitor. Like he's got the compete level that Stankoven has. It's just he's smaller, and
Stankoven's what 5'9".
Yeah, and that's a generous, and like Schmidt is a generous 5'7". So like, I don't know.
He could just be a late bloomer. You never know.
Yeah, I'm probably not.
That is a name. Wow. Vashek Blanar.
What a guy. I was going to say the names in this draft have not been that interesting so far. Like we've not gotten to the point where like San Jose or Buffalo are taking like the funny name guys.
Okay, so Elite Prospects has him listed as Vashek Richards, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Just like double, yeah. So Vashek Richards, aka Vashek Blanar, 6'4", 183 pounds. He's a defenseman. Played in J20 this past year, mainly J18. Drew Schock. Sure.
Is that another kid that got picked?
That is an Anaheim Duck.
EP has not updated. They finally updated Drew Schock at 101. They're still trying to find the guy for 100.
Because it's Vashek Reynolds for some reason.
Yeah, so another NTDP guy off the board. Let me guess, he's tall.
6 feet tall, buddy.
So not actually that big.
And he is off to the University of Michigan.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, it's this is where you get to the point in the draft where like we're gonna see a lot of the Americans. We're gonna start seeing some more of the USHL kids go. Like, it's gonna be an interesting.
Oh, and Minnesota. You want to talk about small guys? Adam Banak.
Did they just draft Mooney?
No, they take Adam Banak.
Adam Banak. That's a good pick for them. Well, he's got a lot of upside too.
The one thing is, he is again as tall as maybe a 9th grader.
Yeah, he is a tiny boy.
I like his talent, yeah, but short, tiny, small. And also, the Canes have only really taken big. Like Matt said earlier, the smallest guy is 5'11", and he doesn't even play 5'11".
Yeah. See, like I said, the 4th round is going by faster. We are chugging along here. I think we're at the point where a lot of teams are like, let's just take whoever on our list and just go from there. Like, I don't really think we have to worry too much. Do the Canes draft another goalie in this draft, do you think? With drafting Frolov so high, do you think the Canes take a goalie with a pick in the 6th or 7th round?
Yes.
I think that's a very real possibility.
You ever heard the name Ivan Tchutchenko, buddy? Get ready to learn how to spell it.
I don't know if they take him.
What? Why not? Take another big freak.
That's an insane statement.
Sorry.
All right. I said it was going fast, and then now it's not.
Dan Marr just had to pronounce Matus Jan Kuharczyk.
Is that the next pick?
That is Buffalo's pick. Let me see. I can't even spell this. Matus Kuharczyk, 6'4" center. Ranked as high as 74, ranked as low as 187. Sure. He's a guy. I don't know. We're hitting the wall is closely approaching.
Yeah, I was just following up. I was just looking on Twitter to see if there was any had been any updates there. Doesn't really look like it.
Oh, I don't need to follow.
I'm hoping these later rounds at least have like 1 or 2 trades that we can talk about that aren't like Declan Chisholm for like nothing. But
yeah. Immediately picking in Anaheim, Jonah Neuschwander.
Swiss, right?
Yeah, he was their goalie at the World Juniors, and I thought he was okay.
Yeah.
It was Jonah. Where's Elijah? It was Elijah. I'm having a great day. Jonah's the really young one.
Just got here. How's the Canes drafting been going, in your opinion?
Good.
I think great.
Yeah. 5 picks, 4 Russians. They bet on Ryabkin's high skill. Charlie Serrato's a very solid, just high ceiling type player. Yeah. Semyon Frolov is a very solid goalie. Kurban Limitov is one of my favorite picks in this draft because he is an insane skater and he's gigantic. And Roman Bausov is a good skater. He plays physical. He is 6'5" and he's a right-handed defenseman.
Yeah.
It's been a solid day, is what I would say.
Nunschwander is the third-ranked Euro goalie in the draft.
Cool. Sault Ste. Marie pick.
They picked him?
Travis Hayes. Oh, Sault Ste. Marie, and it was a... You'll never guess what team took him.
The Pittsburgh Penguins.
The Pittsburgh Penguins.
Why is that a shock?
Do we not... It's not a shock. I'm just saying Kyle Dubas.
Oh, because it's Kyle Dubas. Sorry.
Kyle Dubas and his Sault Ste. Marie boys.
Yeah, he does love the team that he used to GM.
Yeah.
Hayes is one of the youngest players in the draft.
Hmm.
He's born September 3rd. So, again, you take those guys.
Thomas Politin to the Islanders.
That is certainly a player.
I'm going to figure out. I love Liga names because it's just Pelicans.
Yep.
He is a winger, which I feel as if I haven't seen a ton drafted. Played 15 Liga games, didn't have a point. 1 goal in 8 relegation matches. I don't know how that works. League. I haven't had to watch Liga in a year or two, so I couldn't tell you. But if Annie is saying it's a good pick, she is a very good Finnish scout. She is probably correct. So I will go with that. Even though he is Czech, but he plays in Finland. Yeah.
That's pretty common.
I'll get there eventually. What is Ryabkin's comp?
A guy that had 1 point in 21 games for Brantford just went in the 4th round.
Did you say 1?
1 point.
I could not tell this. I'm just going to say genuinely no clue. I suck at comps. I could not tell
with
you.
With Ryabkin, the hope is you can turn him into not like Seth Jarvis, but the hope is you can take a guy like Seth Jarvis.
Russian Seth Jarvis would be really fun.
Yeah, Parker Holmes is certainly one of the picks of all time by Chicago.
You actually just said 1 point in 21 OHL games.
Yes.
That is a real thing.
I understand he got hurt, but all he has going for him is 6'4".
Well, Chicago's been taking swings for the fences on big players, so can I see just Chicago's draft? Hold on. Well, Frondell isn't big, but after Frondell, Vaclav Nestrashil is what? 6'6". Mason West is 6'6". Nathan Bem, I don't believe is big. Nathan Bem is 6'2". Parker Holmes is 6'4". Julius Sumpf is 6'2". They haven't taken a guy shorter than Frondell. So
yeah, Chicago's weird. All right, pick 108. Gotta get going here, folks.
Please go to commercial, because normally when they go to commercial, they do 6 picks in a row. Oh, a Barry Trotz interview. Thank God. What I want to hear.
Yeah, one of the worst GMs in the league.
Mikhail Zilsis is another Russian journalist for Sport Express and a couple other places in Russia, and he is also a very big fan of what they've done so far.
The Canes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was Kurbin Limitov was the one that he was like, wow. Which again, yeah, Kurbin Limitov 3rd round is beautiful work. Avery, Travis Hayes is also the brother. So Travis Hayes for Pittsburgh is also the brother of Avery Hayes, who is, funnily enough, already in the Pittsburgh system. Bless you.
Thank you. Did it sound, or did you just see it?
I saw it.
Okay, because I tried muting myself. All right, this is I was really hoping they would trade down. Like, I'm really happy that they got big Russian defensemen, but like,
Big Russian defenseman number 17.
I was really hoping they'd trade down so that I could, like, we could, not have this huge dead period.
Oh, I hear that's why it's the alarm.
Oh God, who's trading up?
It's the Tampa Bay Lightning trading up. Didn't know why they do that either.
They have no prospects anyways, so and they're about to lose their best one in Isaac Howard. So
yeah. Anything of genuine interest going on at all? Chase Prisky is 29. I feel old.
Yep.
I remember when Chase Prisky got traded to Carolina and everybody was very hype about it.
Yeah, he signed with Carolina after not signing with Washington.
I thought it was Florida.
Nope.
Did they trade him to Florida? Okay, hold on. There's no way I'm not.
Because we traded him to Florida.
Why did the trade alarm just go off again?
We traded him to Florida in the Trocheck trade.
Yeah. Okay, that honestly makes less sense. Benjamin Rauschiainen? That last name tricked me up.
Tobias Heinonen still hasn't gone yet. That's a little bit of a surprise.
People might just be scared about overagers. Oh, also on
say that as the Tampa Bay Lightning select a double overager from Finland.
No shot. He's actually double overage.
Yeah.
Annie would have more insight on that than I would, so I will not comment on that. Trent Bennett would be the tallest goalie ever in the NHL if he ever plays an NHL game.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what else to. Yeah, that's about all I got there. Yeah. Brent Solomon. That is it's a very, very white bread name there. I don't really know how else to say that. So
another high school player from Minnesota selected.
There you go.
Played with Sioux Falls, committed to Wisconsin. Another, hey, it's a 5'11" player off the board.
Oh, I didn't realize I didn't think Tobias Heinonen was that small. He might be. I could be entirely mistaken in my remembering.
All right, I'll be right back.
Is he really that small? Oh, he's 5'11". Okay, never mind. It's my bad there. I didn't realize he was too small. Also, I don't know what happened with the code there, but it just screwed up. I'm guessing it was a better than symbol, but no, Igor Borikov, no. I mean, yeah, that is a sick pick for Utah. Big fan of Igor Borikov. He's an overager that played for Dynamo Minsk, but he is a very good, in my opinion, he is a very solid overager for Dynamo Minsk. So I like that pick for Utah. I get to see Ryabkin and Oleksiy Limitov in that. Mikhail Eriksson goes to New York. Sure. I like I said, I do not know most of these players at this point. I did research for a couple guys in the very later rounds, but I did not do a ton of research on guys in the later rounds. So this is where my knowledge just tails off entirely. Oh, a Norwegian player and a very young Norwegian player. Oh, he's a center. Oh my god, they took a sub 6 foot center. He plays for Fargested, so I probably should have known that, but we'll see a lot of Norwegian players taken nowadays, so that's kind of cool. And Florida gets a very nice player. I was a big fan of Mads Kongsback Clivo in this area. That is a very good pick for Florida. Good for them. I'm a big fan of that for them. I could be writing right now to save myself time, but apparently that's not as fun as just trying to manage everything else. LJ Mooney to the Habs. Okay. So to anybody who talked about LJ Mooney, the Habs take the small guy. That's yeah, that's okay. He might be scraping 5-7 on a good day, so. And again, it is not the Canes taking small players. So they might, acquire small players, but doesn't seem like they like to draft them, at least in the past year. This year is a very big telling of that, seeing as the smallest guy they drafted is 5'11", and even then, the 5'11" player plays very, very physical. So,
What have I missed?
LJ Mooney to the Habs and Mads Kongbo Klyback to Mads Kongbo Klyback. The dude with a super long name to Florida.
Borikov also went.
Yes, I know. I was very happy about that. Also, Elliot Friedman for Mitch Marner. I think Vegas, to me, the stealth team is Dallas. I don't know what to make of LA. Anaheim's got the room to do it. Utah's got interest. Carolina, I'm not convinced. I think he's going west. Which, sure. What do you think, Matt?
It would make sense.
Yeah.
Like Gustav Hillstrom just went to the
I couldn't tell you because my NHL network is in a full commercial break. Doesn't even have the pick on the side, so Gustav Hillstrom was another guy in the later rounds that would have probably been a nice bet for the Canes.
Mm-hmm. He's 6'2".
He's a bigger center, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Had a really strong J20. Played in the SHL. So it's always good when you can play in the SHL in your draft year. Flying through them. So the Canes, actually, we're 10 picks away. 125 no, they traded 125.
No, they traded 125.
Never mind. I lied. I'm very sorry.
Like I said, we are still a ways away.
And another one of my favorite players in this draft, but they weren't going to take him because they had taken too many D already. Ilyas Magomed Sultanov. There he goes. Okay, 6th and 7th, yeah. So we still have 2 more players we get to talk about, but I like Magomed Sultanov, but instead of Magomed Sultanov, you got Limitov and Bausov, so I am not mad at that at all. So I think that's pretty good. Also, can you...
How long day 2 of the NHL draft has lasted?
What?
So
what words
day
just came
2
out
of
of
the NHL draft, the longest day 2 of the NHL draft in the past 5 years, other than today, was 7 hours and 38 minutes.
Was that 2020?
Mm-hmm.
The
next year, 6 hours, 57 minutes.
Another goalie just went, by the way, Samuel Malosh.
The other two, so 2022, 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours 2023, and then 4 hours last year. Like, this is just so slow, such a slow process.
Yeah, and there goes David Lewandowski to the Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
Malosh is 6'3", played for Bill Zonen's team, and he's 17, young, so good for them.
It's a player.
I'm actually just. I hope Magomed Sultanov has a good NHL career, but I'm not mad he went.
Yeah.
Good player, in my opinion. Very fun to watch. Because I actually watched his games.
Yeah.
This does need to hurry up though. This is ridiculous.
We're almost done with the 4th round, I think.
Linus Funk.
What a name.
I genuinely thought that was something different whenever I saw it for the first time.
That's name of the draft so far.
Linus Funk. Okay, 6'3" right-handed defenseman out of Luleå. Had a really good season in the J20. Yep. Bet Steve Yzerman is probably just pounding on his desk that he is not there now.
Yeah, that's a funny one for Colorado. What a name.
We still have another round before the Canes pick.
Mm-hmm.
Why does this?
This is tough.
This is. I ain't eat today either, so I'm struggling.
I'm going to. I had like a chip. I was gonna say like right after this, I'm gonna be like, I need food now, please.
Ugh. All right, we can actually take draft picks, gentlemen. We can do that. It does happen.
Yep.
We can do it eventually.
Preview the 2026 draft while we wait.
Gavin McKenna's really good.
Yeah.
It's about all I know right now is that Gavin McKenna is going to be really good. The Canes will not obviously be able to pick Gavin McKenna, but
no, unless Dallas does something hilarious next year.
That would shock me to my core.
It would shock me as well. However, it would be very funny.
All right. Again, we don't need to take this long between 4th round picks, guys.
Probably means there's a trade.
Son of a gun. I forgot about that. If I hear that alarm right now, I'm just going to walk away. What do you guys think about the day 2 decentralized draft? A good question to ask while we're all suffering in silence, even though we are not silent. Oh, they picked. And they took a Swedish player. Who would have thought?
Friedman saying on and off, Toronto and Vegas have been discussing the possibility of a sign-and trade with Marner.
Okay. That would be fun.
Which is okay for Canes fans.
Darren Dreger has also reported the same thing. Sources say talks are ongoing between Vegas and Marner, re-sign and trade. That you would be able to get a haul if you could sign Marner before trading him.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Cervek to Detroit, Caden Harrington to LA.
It's another player playing in the Swedish league. Why are we surprised? It's Detroit.
Yep.
Detroit is to Sweden what the Hurricanes are to Russia.
I'm dropping my phone. Yeah. I would. So if that happens, who do
Ehlers?
Okay, I can. What? What do you mean?
Steelers
Wait,
is the one the Canes go for.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, how does Vegas make that money work? Like, who are they sending to Toronto to make that money work?
They'd
I
have to
don't.
move out some players.
So Ryabkin, I'm gonna try and word this in a very nice way. He had a very interesting year because he didn't want to play in any other league besides the KHL because he believed he was KHL ready. When that didn't happen, again, this is all to the best of my knowledge and what was reported in Russia. He just got away and went to Muskegon this year. That is what I understand from what the Russian people have reported. I could be very wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if I'm wrong, but that is what I have read. Yeah, they don't want to move out players. Vegas, I don't know how they do that.
Hayden Harrington goes to Los Angeles.
And there goes the other
I really like Caden. Great kid. Tried to get him in Coquitlam. Didn't work, but I thought he had an outside shot at getting drafted last year. He played really well as an overager this past year for Lincoln. Mobile defenseman, really good skater, really good offensive upside. I like him a lot. So I'm really happy that he got drafted. He was really excited to be going to Vermont to be able to like play for his hometown school and all that too.
So if they do, I'm just talking about Nick Waugh's going to Toronto.
Yeah.
Former Canes prospect.
I love Nick Waugh.
Dude, I love Nick Waugh with all my heart. So Nick Waugh to Toronto. So that's the center they're going to move out. And they're going to keep Hurdle and Carlson.
Yeah. Waugh's cap hit would allow for it to get done.
Wait, no way. How? With what? They have like $5 million space. Waugh's not making that much.
No, maybe not then.
So they still would have to move out money if they want Marner. And if it's only Waugh,
that's
that makes
probably
no
why
sense.
there's been discussions about it, because like they probably have to move out Waugh, maybe Hurdle.
They have to move out another guy that's making money. And and another thing, I don't think like Nick Hague is the other guy they're rumored to move. He doesn't make enough money.
Yeah.
LTI. Oh, I forgot about Pietrangelo is probably not going to play.
Yeah.
Also, Alex Huang to Nashville.
That's an interesting one. He's a QMJHL defenseman, though, so like,
Yeah, that's not bad. San Jose takes Zachary Sharp. If you know that gentleman, hit my line. Good name. But then if you put Pietrangelo and LTIR, your defense is still kind of weird outside of Hannafin and Theodore. Zach Sharp is a double overager.
Carter Klippenstein to the Wild as well. I don't remember if I said that.
I'm gonna hold on. What is Vegas's?
So where did Sharp played at Western Michigan this past year? Did okay as a defender.
Jimmy Lombardi to LA.
Okay.
So Pietrangelo and LTIR, your defense outside of Theodore and Hannafin is McNabb, Whitecloud, Ben Hutton, and Caden Korczak. Does that win you a Stanley Cup? No.
All right, give me 1 second. I got to get my wind chimes down because they're blowing all over the damn place.
All right. I just need this to keep going faster. If this Marner trade wants to go through, that'd be sick. Give me something to do. How do we even There's an R, a Z, a Y, an N, an S, and a K all next to each other. How does that work? It's Gorzinski, but that is a name. Brandon Gorzinski. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nick Waugh, the former Hurricanes prospect. That was actually the first prospect I went and watched in person. Went to a Charlotte Checkers playoff game and watched him play for Charlotte in the playoffs, and he was really, really, really good. I'm a very big fan of Nick Waugh, so happy that he has carved out a good career for himself.
All right, I'm back.
So,
yeah, we just got a storm.
Oh, good. That sucks.
Blowing in here, so
that is a crazy signed jersey.
Zach Sawchenko signing an extension with the Blue Jackets.
Former Wolves goalie. Hell yeah, dude. That is a crazy jersey sign, by the way. Nick Waugh, Ryan Warsofsky, and Prince Pretty. It's a good jersey.
It's a solid one.
Yeah, Waugh only makes $3 million. Pietrangelo on long term, they have like 16, but even then their defense still stinks.
Yeah.
So if that happens, they still need to make another pick to cover defense, in my opinion. But again, I could be wrong. Aiden Foster to Tampa Bay.
We got one more pick in the 4th round.
We're getting there. Mitch Marner to Vegas. Yeah. Checkers jersey signed by Mike Murphy. Only have 11 forwards right now. Moving Waugh makes it 10. Oh, that's fine. I mean, they also don't have a lot of prospects or guys in the AHL that could realistically move up. But yeah, that was a Cam Robinson's whole point, that Nikolai Ehlers' agent, if that trade goes through, is jumping up and down, clapping his hands. Because if Marner off the board, he becomes the number one option, and he probably makes another $1 million on a contract. Hey, if that $1 million on the contract wants to be in North Carolina, wouldn't complain, but we do not know.
Mm-hmm. When I'm in a loving Russian hockey players competition and my opponents is the Carolina Hurricanes.
They losing. Those are my boys. Great name, Shea Bush. It's a beautiful name. And round 4 is now officially over. We have made it to round 5.
We made it 3 rounds in 3 hours.
Hey, that's quicker.
We're on pace for a 6-hour day 2.
And now the 5th is probably going to go really fast. So we're getting there, slowly, but surely. Really bad summer to have 30 mil? Yeah, you have no. That's the truth. Then I mean, if
they just picked Shea Bush and Shamar Moses back to back.
I know
what
people
a draft
really
for Florida name wise.
I know a lot of scouts really like Shamar Moses's potential. If this is the player I'm thinking of, yeah, I mean, he's ranked as high as 84th daily faceoff and Elite Prospects 86th. Draft Prospects Hockey has him at 83rd, and they got him at 129.
But you gotta realize what an elite draft name was.
I don't know anything about the ECHL. Who from the current roster of prospects would like to be there? Bryce Montgomery and Nikita Kwap would be my best bet on 2 guys that will probably be there.
Yeah.
Bryce is.
So if you're in Greensboro,
I love Bryce Montgomery as a player and a guy. He's an incredibly nice dude, and he's a very fun player to watch. He's just going to get blocked by Badinka, Legault, and Nystrom.
Yeah.
And Nikita Kwap will be blocked out by Ruslan Hajayev and apparently Amir Miftakov. So just one of those situations, you know. But again, Greensboro will probably be fun. At least they should be fun. ECHL games are also kind of just enjoyable to go to because the minor league hockey stuff like that is most of the time they try and put on a good show. So
yeah,
I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Yep, that's where I went a few minutes ago before the wind chimes. What's going on, everybody? This has been a boring little bit because we haven't had much to talk about. The Pittsburgh Penguins selected Ryan Miller. Portland Winterhawk. He's actually heading to Denver once he's finished with Portland, which I think is a good move for him. So, really interesting. The Dub and the OHL both leading the way for the most players taken so far. What's going on with Miftakov anyways? Who knows, man? I don't know if I can put comments up on the thing. I think only Nick can do that. So unfortunate. And yeah, ECHL games are fun. I've been a few times to Checkers games, which were obviously AHL games, but I've never been to an ECHL game. It would be a lot of fun to go, though. All right, folks. It should not be taking this long between picks in the 5th round, in my opinion.
All right. Ryan Miller, not the goalie. All right, sure.
Yeah, I know. I said that too.
What's going on with Miftakov? Somebody reported it's 1 year, 775, 2-way. Nothing has been official. Nobody in Russia has said anything besides he's Carolina bound. We still have no idea. I'm still in the dark. We have no idea. We're kind of just playing a guessing game right now. ECHL games are a blast. I haven't been to one, but I really want to go. And since they're in Greensboro, I will probably go to one because it just seems like fun. Hurl Rumors a few days ago, yeah. Also, Cam Robinson and Marco D'Amico, who were the ones that kind of pushed it, are incredibly good and very trustworthy. So there was probably some truth to it at some point, but it just didn't end up happening. He would be a very solid 2C addition. But again, who knows what's going on in Vegas right now? Because they've been a team. I love the way they run their organization. Wonder what happens Carolina does after their affiliation agreement with the Wolves ends. Probably just re-sign with the Wolves. Be my best bet. I know people want them to go back to Charlotte, but I don't think they would go back to Charlotte for a little bit.
I don't think they can. I think that bridge has been thoroughly burnt.
Very much so. So I would assume they just stay with Chicago, or if they ever do AHL expansion, they'd probably do that. Nashville trade the pick.
Oh my God.
I can't even stretch so far to close the door. Next, can you explain the CHL, obviously OHL and WHL, but how is it determined you can play in what league? Matt, you probably know this a lot more than I do.
Yeah, so the CHL has a draft, but if a player is not drafted there, they can still sign as a free agent if they're from North America. If they want to add like an import player from Europe, they have to draft them in the import draft. So the CHL has an import draft. And give me 1 second. Haha! I have fooled you.
Oh my God. Sounds like you broke something.
Yeah, I dropped my phone. He's angry. That's what you get for being nosy. So yeah, like if let's just say this is an example. Like if Ryabkin wanted to play in the CHL, he would have to get drafted by a CHL team.
That reminds me, I think Cam said something about that, if I'm not mistaken.
And then there's also,
or was it Dylan? Hold
on. Like regions. So like the OHL players get drafted from Ontario. QMJHL, it's QMJHL, and whatever's east. WHL, it's Manitoba and west. It's all the way to British Columbia. So like those are the regions. Players typically don't move between the leagues unless they get waived by their teams and nobody else claims them. Then there's like rare cases where like a team could put in a claim. Yeah. So like Snowman just asked if they're locked to certain leagues based on where they live. Like, yeah, like most of the time, yes. But like if a player gets waived from like the Vancouver Giants and nobody claims them in the WHL, it then opens up to the OHL and QMJHL if anybody wants that player. And sometimes the players do move, but it's very rare.
Yeah. So I was looking for it. Dylan Griffin, I don't know if it was a joke or not, but Kel I Kelowna, Kelowna? Is that how you say that?
Yeah, Kelowna just traded for
They
their
traded
top
up,
pick in
and
the.
I don't know if it was a joke or not, but he said sounds like Ivan Ryabkin's music. So maybe, maybe not.
There's a couple kids that could get picked there.
Cole Chandler to Boston, whatever that means. I don't. Again, my knowledge is gone at this point. I only know a couple
Yeah,
picks. You started and did not finish your thought.
sorry. I got a message from one of my buddies.
Hmm.
He was like, "Oh, this is where I finally get this player," and they immediately draft a different player.
Oops.
He's been like mock drafting for Boston, and it has not worked out very well for him.
Yeah, Boston's had a very weird draft after Hagen's and the other guy they took that I can't remember.
Yeah.
Maxim Agafonov goes, and Seattle makes the. You know what? Good job, Seattle. You finally got a defenseman that has decent potential. Good
Yeah, that's a
job.
decent one, right? That's a good pick for Seattle right there.
That's a very solid pick. I did like Maxime, and I'm honestly kind of shocked he made it all the way down here
Yeah,
because it
me too.
feels like he should have went a little bit higher, but that's good work.
Fifth round is going by a lot faster.
Yeah. 6'2" right-handed defenseman. I'm a big fan of that pick for Seattle. Ron Francis drafted a Russian player. My God.
He drafted Russians a couple of years ago too. Also, Francis isn't the GM there anymore. It's Botterill.
Well, Francis still plays a big role in the front office.
I'm sure, but yeah.
Noah LaBerge to Buffalo, who continues to take guys that I could not give you any information on.
Yeah, Buffalo is one of those teams that drafts in the first round and then immediately goes home.
Hold on. Okay, and also Noah LaBerge. Oh, I spelled LaBerge wrong. That's why I was like, oh, no way. He is an overager. Oh no, he's not. He's October 06. Sorry.
Yeah, so
He's a defenseman from the Q.
something. But again, we're 7 picks in, and it's taken about 10 minutes.
That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, believe that's another kid that is there that was just taken. Because I'm hearing a lot of claps from inside. So who? That is a blonde man.
Okay.
It is Alexis Mateu. That sounds as QMJHL as QMJHL players get.
Which is wild if he was there because he was not ranked super high.
By Como Drakkar.
Like the thing that's like, I see a lot of people talk about it every year. It's like, if you're an agent and your player's not projected to go like in the top 50, don't send your kid to the draft.
Wow. Okay. Mateu played in what is that? 70 games combined between the regular season and the playoffs, and had a massive 9 points total.
Well, he's a shutdown, like violent defenseman from EP's draft guide. But so like, if your player goes and doesn't get picked, it's like so defeating seeing the players who didn't get picked in the draft. Like, and the cameras always go to them because they're crying. Like they're sad, right? It's the worst. Don't like, if I was a player and I was ranked anywhere between like 50 anywhere back, I'd be like, I'm staying home. If I get picked, awesome. I'm going to be thrilled, but I am not going to the draft.
I can't type, apparently. My computer's also running very slow because of everything I have up currently. Which doesn't surprise me. But
believe we're still like 50 picks away from the Hurricanes picking.
Great. Just what I wanted to hear. That's great, man. I love hearing that. It's so nice. That's just great, man. Oh, Seattle's actually picked only defensemen today. Okay. They desperately needed defensive prospects because they are weak there. Magomed Sultanov's a Shumi Babiev client. Good for him.
All right. Have we had a pick at 137 yet?
You're hilarious.
I am?
You think they would pick that fast?
Who is they?
The Toronto Maple Leafs.
Oh, they
did just make the pick.
Oh, did they?
Sounds like he is there. It sounds like it's a UN player. William Bell.
Sure.
Toronto has done very interesting. Their drafts recently have been very weird to at least listen to and look at.
Yeah. I mean, he's another NTDP player. He's 6'4", shockingly. Like, Notre Dame commit.
Notre Dame. Oh, he'll get coached by Brock Sheehan.
Yeah.
Brock Sheehan is the head coach of Notre Dame, former Wolves guy.
It's a pick.
Yeah.
Right now, the USHL has more players picked than the NTDP, which is actually a little surprising.
Depends, I guess.
It just shows you how bad the NTDP's class was.
Yeah. It'll get better eventually, maybe. All right, again, we need to speed this up, people. We're 3.5 hours in. We can go faster, I promise you.
Yeah.
Islanders are taking Sam somebody. Pretty informative there, I know. Sam Larilla.
Okay.
Is that? I thought it sounded Finnish, but I'm gonna guess it's not. Nope, that is a 06 American defenseman.
Hooray!
Oh, Elliot? What is Elliot saying here?
Oh, is he just talking?
Yeah, just talking about Nick Waugh going.
Lorilla, overager, had a really good year with Fargo.
That is a beautiful name for the Rangers. Traded Ryan Lindgren and then drafted Zeb Lindgren.
Oh, what a name.
Yeah, he was just talking about Nick Waugh probably goes. This is taking forever. I'm going to keep saying it, but this is... Oh. Well, they're starting to pick a little bit quicker, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, the 5th round has definitely moved.
Doesn't feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
Nikita Turin? If that's not a Russian player, I don't know what is. Nikita Turin is a Russian player. He is the defenseman Nikita Turin, not the other Nikita Turin, because there's two of them. He's a 17, doesn't turn 18 for another week. 6-foot defenseman, 20 points in 50 MHL games.
He's in the Spartak system.
Mover. They describe him as a good puck mover.
Yeah.
Minnesota just took Justin Kipke.
Is it Cole Kipke's brother?
No, that's spelled differently.
Oh.
You double check though.
Justin Kipke plays for the Victoria Royals. He does have a brother, Owen.
Does Owen play hockey? I would assume so, but
he does. They're not Oh, Justin is a double overager. He's actually a
Elliot
re-entry. He was
Vegas
not
tried to trade
signed by
for
Arizona,
no shot.
so he wasn't signed by Arizona.
He had to have done that on like a radio thing. So he did not tweet that. But if that is they no he did. Vegas also made an attempt to trade for Rasmus Anderson this week, but couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
What? No! Tachenko! You
I'm sorry.
bastards,
This
Utah.
is Nick's. Yeah. So yeah, Kipke was just drafted for the second time.
Oh, I'm still pissed off. That was my 6th, 7th round goalie.
Yeah, I mean he's off the board. I'm wondering if the Canes still elect to choose a goalie with one of their last 3 picks.
But Terry Rimpinen is still there.
Yeah, Rimpinen's still there. I mean, again, this has been a draft where there's been a lot of size, and Rimpinen is a 6 foot tall goalie. So,
That is
like,
true.
it doesn't shock me that he's fallen this far. He's also a re-entry. Finland's not very good. We've seen one. Has it been one Finn drafted this year? 3.
William Bjork goes to Vancouver.
All right, the 5th round. We're moving now. Like,
yeah,
this is good.
Also, for other goalies, at least that I'm gonna keep on my mind, Mans Goose,
Elite name.
Love Herenstam, Michael Orshilak, I don't believe has been picked yet. Michael Orshilak. There's a couple other Russians, but I didn't really look too far into them.
Yeah.
So there's still guys on the board. So I'm not too.
So
I still think there'll be one more, but
we have about Bjork that was just picked. He's an overager going to Colorado College next year.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
That's short Finnish. That's short Russian. I'm just going with their goalies.
Yeah. So
let's
I'm really
see.
hoping we speed it up. We continue with this quick trend here.
Arseny Radkov was taken. Never mind. He was taken 3rd round. My goodness. Yevgeny Prokhorov as well. 6'3" in the Dynamo Shinnik system, which means Dynamo Minsk system. 6'3". Ethan Wittenbach.
All right. That's a good pick for Calgary. He's an overager, but was one of the no, he's not. He's an 07. Was one of the most productive players in the USHL this year. He's not sexy with the way he plays. Like he doesn't like flash with a ton of skill. He just plays the game the right way. He's 5'10". That's why he fell so far. I think he also had some injuries this year. He only played in 44 games, but he's a player that I could see playing NHL games just because of the type of game he plays. Yeah. I like that pick for Calgary. They've had a sneaky good draft.
I think Patrick Bacon had him very high with his NHL.
Yeah, Wittenbach. I mean, it didn't make a lot of sense. I mean, like production wise, yeah, but again, a player is not a chart. There's other aspects to their game that make them good. And, Wittenbach lacks a lot of the intangibles sometimes. He lacks the big physical play. He lacks the strength.
Okay, another goalie to Montreal in Alexis Cornier,
and then another Finn, Ate Yoki.
That's a name, dude.
That's a good name.
Ate Yoki.
There have been a lot of QMJHL goalies taken.
Yeah, there's a lot of European goalies on the board.
Is an overager that was born in December 2005, headed to Cornell.
Ate Yoki, I'm sorry.
Mikhail Fyodorov just went.
No, bro. They're taking
another undersized player. This is where we're going to start seeing a lot of the 5'11", 5'10" players go.
They're taking my Russians. This isn't good.
Ate Yoki, 6'2".
Yeah. Another center, apparently.
He's from Nokia, Finland. That's so funny. Like the phone company.
Yeah. That's. Ugh. Ugh. I'm just, man. I really did like Mikhail Fyodorov, so that kind of disappointed. Like
Mm-hmm.
a late round stab. That is one of my favorite. Quinn Bochain, Bochain. I believe that's how you pronounce that. To Pittsburgh, a March 07, 6 foot right-handed defenseman, not Sault Ste. Marie Gelstorm.
Yeah.
This is a
He was
drag
actually
of a
ranked like
Hercules
relatively
picks.
high by a bunch of places. Like people really liked him. I don't think Guelph was very good this year. Um, so he made Guelph and looked fairly decent at the U18s as well. So
Yeah. Um. Anybody wanna make another pick now, guys? We wanna
this is
keep moving
look.
this along.
We've been on a nice run lately. The fifth round has flown by.
Yeah, which is good because Canes still don't pick for 12 years. Um. So
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have any more? Dmitry Isayev picked.
stop taking my Russians, you people. I did not do a lot of research on Isayev. I'm gonna
He's
be
a
real.
5'9" Russian. This I believe he is the shortest player drafted, other than no, that's not true. Mooney
Mooney and Schmidt and
and
Benak.
Schmidt have gone, and what's the guy Benak?
That's what I just said, man.
Yeah,
45 points in 44 MHL games. Sure, works with me.
yeah.
I like it.
I mean, look, this is where teams are going to take the Russians. The Canes just took the good Russians first. Like the Canes took the ones that, like, they took Limitov, they took the top goalie, they took Ryabkin. Like these are the guys that you take early on.
They took Frolov, Ryabkin, Bausov, Limitov.
Yeah, but and Balsov at least has some interesting projections.
Yeah.
Fiddler went to Seattle, right?
I think so. Yeah, why?
Okay.
Sure. I don't know. We're just here.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we're like, the Canes are going to get talent still, but it's sixth and seventh round picks. Like the bulk of the draft was the guys that we wanted. Like there's
Adam
not a
Gold.
whole lot left.
Adam Gold. One thing you don't have to worry about with Russian players, you don't have to worry about them risking injury in the Olympics. While true, I still want to see Russians at the Olympics.
Yeah.
I just like seeing best on best comp, and it feels wrong that Russia is not there. I understand why they're not there. Don't get me wrong, but one of the things I know Anthony Elaine Samaki is still on the board.
He is. I could see him be on the Canes' radar, given the fact that he's. I could see him getting drafted. I could also see him getting passed on just because the production is lacking.
Yeah.
But we've not had a pick since Isayev, which leads me to believe that it's getting traded.
San Jose was given a 1-minute warning.
Yeah.
So
there's a fight going on there.
They took the pick.
Okay.
Max Heiss from Penticton.
First BCHL player off the board.
Are you 100% sure about that?
I am, because the other one left Vernon in the middle of the year to sign in the CHL.
Oh, I can actually easily look at that. Yes,
so he's the first player drafted out of the BCHL.
Yes.
And he's an overager. That's a fascinating pick.
San Jose.
And then he's leaving for Prince Albert in the Dub next year, hilariously.
Oh.
All right. My cat's next to me, buddy. Hey, come here. Come here. Yeah, you want pets. I know. I've been busy all day. He's off screen. He's being camera shy. I don't want to pick him up. I don't want to traumatize him again.
I got you.
He's
Tampa
really
Bay
loud.
is picking. Eyes here, Rhode Island High School. Everett Baldwin.
Everett Baldwin's good. Everett Baldwin's good.
My apologies.
That's a good pick. Baldwin is a really good player.
He went to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Tampa got a really good pick there. Baldwin's
Now
really interesting.
is that real Rhode Island High School? Is that what they said?
He goes to like St. George's is a good school.
Okay.
He's a really mobile puck mover as a defenseman. Really good skater. The offense is really interesting. He's got decent size, like he's 6 feet tall. Played a little bit with the NTDP this year, and
is that another Finnish player I just heard come off the board?
Cedar Rapids. There
Baldwin. Goes Petteri Rimpinen.
I like what Minnesota. Or no, that's LA. Sorry, I thought I saw the Wild logo.
That is the Los Angeles Kings getting Petteri Rimpinen.
Yeah, Rimpinen. I mean, he had a great World Juniors.
Hold on. What?
Really carried a kind of bad Finnish roster.
So the King. I mean, yeah. I really like Rimpinen. I think he's a really solid goalie.
Yeah.
He was really good against
the Canes would have been after him because he is smaller.
Yeah.
If you look at the goalies they've drafted, they've all been like 6'2" or higher.
Yeah. Just one I kind of like there. Just because he was really good against solid players. Mm-hmm. Blake Vanek is excited to be drafted by the Sens in Wisconsin because he's going to the Morgan Wallen concert.
Red flag.
Liking Morgan Wallen, get off my team.
Yeah, that would move a player significantly down my draft board.
Yeah. Stuff like that. The small
you're allowed to like country music, just him.
Yeah.
Like
not my cup of tea personally.
No.
So the Kings goaltending in the future, they have Rimpinen, they have Slukinski, and Carter George. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's a decent goalie pipeline. I mean, it'll at least be interesting.
Toronto takes Harry Nancy. That's Nancy, a name.
People like him.
Oh, I think this was the guy I was thinking of.
He's super young, again for this draft class, and Owen Sound. He's a really physical, big player. I don't personally love the selection, but he fits what Toronto really likes, and that they like the big. They like the scrappy, hard to play against forwards. They like the Easton Cowens, the Denver Barkeys,
Well, that makes sense. I think that was the guy I was thinking of. That some of the scouting publications had really high comparatively to, obviously the NHL, but.
Yeah, Nancy's an interesting one. Like he's got really good stick handling and passing abilities. It's just the skating and everything's not like great. But he is tall, so it typically comes last for taller players. It is pouring outside of my house right now. I hope I don't lose power.
Can the Pittsburgh Penguins be very nice and pick?
Can they? Do they have 154?
Of course they do. Yeah. We're almost done with the fifth round, though.
We are. Like I said, the fifth round has been moving.
It's trying. Oh, they're picking as they're going to commercial. Jordan Sharon. You'll never guess where he played hockey.
Did he play in the Q?
He played for Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah.
Kyle Dubas. That's got to be like a legal pipeline, right?
It's got to be.
It's some sort of money laundering scheme. This is ridiculous.
Ew.
What?
He's played so much hockey this year. He's played in the Gouge, which is Junior B. He played in the OJHL and then played in the OHL and is now going to St. Lawrence in 2 years.
The Gouge is a crazy name for a league.
Yeah, the GOJHL, the Greater Ontario Junior Hockey League, which is Junior B.
I will take your word for it because that is a very ridiculous.
It's typically a developmental league for players that are like really close to the OHL, but not.
Yeah.
So I would say like out of the junior B leagues, it is one of the better ones, but like it's junior B.
Washington takes Jackson Crowder. Oh, okay. So the Leafs have asked for Waugh and Haig in return. They want both. They want 2 Knicks. Thanks, guys. They don't have the K, but it's okay. I mean, if you can get Waugh and Haig, it's a third line center and probably a peak, like maybe low end second pairing left-handed defenseman in Haig for a guy that wasn't going to sign with you. Sure, it's fine, but even then,
Yeah,
on paper, when you see Marner for
it's
Waugh
a lot
and
to
Haig,
ask for just to get an extra year of Mitch Marner.
Yeah, but then again, nobody else is going to be able to offer 8 years in like a week, a year. Sorry, a year. Yeah, a year goes into effect next year. I'm pretty sure, if I am not mistaken.
We're getting into the dregs of this draft.
Yes, we are. Jackson Crowder is from Allen, Texas. Good for him. 6'2", right-handed, and all they have him listed as is a forward. Victor Klingselj. That is another guy I kind of liked in later rounds. Why does who is reading my mind? My sincere apologies for that. How long until the Canes pick? At least another hour. Klingselj is a really fun player. I'm honestly shocked he went 156, but then again, he's 5'10". But he's a really good player.
Given how this draft has gone, that's just how it be.
I like the player though. I think he's actually really solid.
Yeah.
So
we're close to being done with the 5th round. How many more hours till the Canes pick? I would actually say probably about 30 minutes.
Luke, that is a last name. Okay. Vluswick?
It hasn't updated on EP yet.
Luke Vluswick.
Oh, that's a cool name.
It's a beautiful last name.
He's
6'4" defenseman.
Yeah.
Would have never guessed.
Philly is just drafting big ass players.
Who is the shortest player they have taken?
I think like 6'3". It might be Martin.
Raleigh looks. It's just red square. The next name. Oh no, Mans! My boy, Mans Goose.
Mans Goose gone.
I really like Mans Goose, man.
And it's definitely not pronounced that way.
No, but it's funny to read it like that. Mans Goose. I'm gonna keep saying Goose because it's funny. Darn. And it's Dallas, a team that I don't want getting good players. So that sucks.
Yeah, I don't know if he's that good.
Hey, I like. Yeah, darn you. So the Flyers' shortest player. Is it Max Westergaard?
Maybe I didn't know they drafted him.
Oh, there goes Emile Goutte. Yeah, Martone is 6'3". That is special. That would have been sick.
All right, we are one pick away from being done with the 1st round.
Yes, the shortest player they drafted is Max Westergaard. Everybody else is 6'1" and taller.
Wow.
No, it is. They said Mans Goose on the broadcast, so that would have been a really fun player just for the name. And he's also not the worst goalie I've ever watched. So
yeah. Wow.
Columbus takes a kid from Oshawa. It sounds like they're there. And that is the end of the 5th round. I believe that is the end of the 5th round. Yes, it is. All right.
The 5th round has concluded. Columbus took Owen Griffin.
That means the Canes are somewhat close.
This is
picking.
the round that the Hurricanes have a pick in. Yes.
Can you imagine if they trade back? Left after third and just got back. Not a lot.
You've missed nothing.
Actually, no. If you left after the third, you missed them taking Roman Bausoff. He's a
No,
big
because he was
right-handed
picked in the
defenseman.
third round.
Roman Bausoff was a fourth. I could have sworn.
Nope.
Fine. Never mind. You missed nothing. My apologies.
Mm-hmm.
So the Canes will pick. I have no clue. If you know where they pick, what number, because I can't find it, you got it. They pick sometime soon, which is new. We haven't had a Canes pick in a very, very long time, and we kind of need it. What happens first? The Canes pick or Marner gets moved?
The Canes pick.
Darn. How much fun would it be if they happened at the same time?
That'd be funny.
Nick Hague is a guy. He's big. Good job. Astute analysis. I don't really know. Puckpedia has awarded the name of the draft to Man's Goose. I mean, I don't know how you beat that. Like, how do you beat that name? I don't think there's any names that could beat it. We're taking forever between the 5th and 6th round picks. Please, let's get back on with it, gentlemen, ladies, everybody. We did so great in that round to get just through everything. This doesn't mean we can take forever.
Yeah, the NHL's like, hey guys, it's taking too freaking long.
You know, guys, that 5th round was way too fast. Let's get a 20-minute break before we go.
Yeah, let's do a 20-minute intermission here.
That would stink. I would appreciate that not happening. If somebody is trading up for the first pick in the 6th round, they suck. Apparently Johnny Lazarus, who does a lot of college hockey stuff, said that he's one of the most enjoyable personalities to be around. So that's good. Elaine Samacki still out there? Yes, Elaine Samacki is still out there. I think Matt would be the happiest person on planet Earth if that happens.
No, I wouldn't be the happiest person on the planet. Like, I think he's a fine gamble, but like, if the Canes don't pick him, I'm not going to like fall to my knees. And if the Canes pick him, I'll be like, cool, I understand why. That makes sense to me.
Okay. David Roosevelt?
Is this Michael Roosevelt's kid? No.
I don't know.
It's not.
Okay.
Decent player in the Czech league. Had an okay U18. He's a guy you take there.
Now let's start. Let's pick that clock back up, gentlemen. Can we have like maybe like a 45-second running clock the rest of the way?
Running clock is crazy.
Whoever, if it resets on you, you don't get to pick anymore.
Yeah.
So that'd be appreciated. Ashton Cumby. That's up there for better names.
Good name. Did you see what Mertka's nickname was?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you did. It was the Pete Blackburn tweet.
Oh, yes, I did. Never mind. Ashton Cumby, funnily enough, also plays for Seattle.
Thunderbirds?
Yes, he does. Plays for Seattle. He is 6'5" and a defenseman.
just a wasted pick, man. Like
Daniel Nieminen?
And he's a double overage. You're taking a double overage player.
Hello, Chicago. I love you. Daniel Nieminen, we have a... Oh, Finland's actually had a couple players drafted.
Yeah, Finland's it recently has had more drafted. Nieminen, I think, is a re-entry.
He is a re-entry, yes. Mm-hmm. Nieminen is a solid pick. Annie, again, I will take your word for it because I did not do a lot of research on Daniel Nieminen, or honestly, Finnish guys. And I only really did Heinen, and that was the only guy I did. So I'll take your word for it there. Nathan Quinn to Philly. Tell me he's 7 feet tall. Will they ever break their streak of drafting guys? Even though Westergaard.
Oh my God, she's so good. She
Nathan.
Just woke up from a nap.
Oh,
this is Luna. Say hello. If you look really closely, you can see the lack of thoughts in her head. All right, putting her away.
Nathan Quinn is 5'10", so the Flyers have drafted.
The Flyers have drafted a small player. Wow.
2 different guys under 6 feet now.
That's crazy.
This is impressive. Marner to Vegas getting close. Hope it happens. The less I have to see him play against my team, the better.
Yeah. Realistically, though, it's 1 game less.
We go from 2 to
3 to 2.
Well, if they meet in the Stanley Cup final, it's a little bit more. So, yeah, Water Toronto. Yeah, that's the thing. It's Wa and probably Hague, which
it'd be cool.
If your power goes out in the middle of this, I'm gonna get a little upset. Dude. I'm gonna Kirill Yemelyanov, one of my favorite late round Russians, goes.
Yep. Funny enough, it's still raining, but it was a lot worse like 5 minutes ago. So I think we're fine.
Ugh. I am a fan of Kirill Yemelyanov. He's not going to be like a high-end offensive talent, but he is a very solid, like he could be your 3 or 4C and be like a great penalty killer, and he plays center down the line. If he was there at that pick, I would have been really happy. At the Canes' next pick, which is like 180 something. Samuel Young. I don't know. I'm still upset about Yemelyanov, man. I'm seeing a guy that I like every couple picks.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the interesting facts of this draft, and every single player that is listed at oldest has been taken already.
Samuel Young.
Sure, that's his name.
That is a wild one here. Hold on.
Carpet U20. Again, this is another Finnish player, so Annie might have more insight
a re-entry.
than either of us. I mean, he's
that's
6'3".
a weird one from the Rangers because he's an overager.
6'3".
He's an overager that's not even really doing all that well for
a large lad.
Yeah, the Rangers.
U19 tournament, he really wasn't. He's 6'3". I know it's an overager, but right about now is when you start taking him anyways. So bet on the size, I guess. Sure. Yeah. Buffalo takes Ashton Schultz.
Ashton has been is there any team compete? Well, I think that's the thing is like I would just sign Marner and then trade Waugh and Hague for picks.
I guess they're very nervous of a team like Anaheim or LA offering him more money and him wanting the money over living in Vegas. Would be my best bet. That'd be my thing there.
Schultz is a weird one, or like a fine pick, but like Young is still just such a weird pick for me.
Fuck on him, huh? I haven't talked about a Canes draft pick in a while. Can we just hurry up, guys?
Mm-hmm.
I need another Russian that I have to.
I was gonna say it's absolutely a Russian.
Maybe what I'm looking for. Also, if you've been here for a while, we appreciate it. It's been 4 hours, so it's been a while. But if you've been here, thank you. It's been fun because we've had to talk about more people, and you've seen our happy reactions to Frolov and Lomatov, and our absolute utter shock to Ivan Rapkin getting taken. So, whole range of emotions today. And there goes Anthony Elaine Samaki.
To who?
Anaheim.
Yeah, that's a good place for him. Anaheim really likes the mobile defenseman. They drafted Minchikov, obviously. Like, I think he could legitimately be an interesting piece. It's just going to take him forever to get to the NHL.
Oh, I didn't know a player called Samuel Young existed.
Yeah, that's so fair. Neither did we until about 2 minutes ago.
Yep, that's yeah.
Yeah, Elaine Samaki, like Anaheim's a good place for him.
I swear, Carter Sanderson goes to Pittsburgh.
Is he
if
also
Marner wanted to be more of a villain, he would reject any trade and go to Vegas anyway. Yeah, see, that's the Marner could definitely do that if he wanted to, but I don't know. I think he's always going to, as soon as you leave Toronto, he's going to be painted as a villain anyways. And I think after the Marner and Rantanen rumors during the year, he was always just going to be painted as a guy that Toronto fans will just hate because he's leaving.
Carter Sanderson.
Oh, he's young.
He's from Muskegon.
He's very young. September 12th.
And he barely played this past year.
That is true. Okay, that is a pick for Pittsburgh. That is for sure.
I think we're getting to the point where like a lot of teams that have been only drafting CHL and stuff.
What is that is Burke Hood.
Like I think a lot of teams are getting towards the end of their lists, and unfortunately they're just kind of having to pick guys here.
Yeah. A goalie goes to New York in Burke Hood.
I think in his mock draft, Corey Pronman mocked him to the Canes.
Well,
in the 7th round, in the 7-round mock.
Oh my goodness, Vancouver was awful this year. No, they really weren't. His last 2 games, he gave up 6 goals on 19 shots and then 6 goals on 18 shots, and that is in 2 different games.
Yeah, that's why he falls. Like
but he's 6'3"
6'3" goalie, so you take a chance, right? But
that's ridiculous. Evan Passmore, that is a name. We're at this point. I'm just here for names more than anything else. Until the Canes pick. You'll never guess Evan Passmore is a gigantic right-handed defenseman. Or maybe not gigantic, but 6'4" righty. Which, once again, that makes sense for the Rangers. So we're getting there eventually. I wonder if Love Heronstam is still there by the time the Canes pick. They might look.
Evan Passmore is certainly one of the players of all time. He only had 11 points, so perhaps he should pass more.
We're gonna go solo for a little bit here. Not gonna let him live with that one. Will Murphy had 2 points in 54 QMJHL games. All right.
You just moved me to the back room.
Just sent you away for a little bit. You deserve it. Will Murphy he's young. He's 6'4". He had 4 points in 54 regular season games at 1 point in 6 playoffs. So 5 points over 60 games. But he is very physical. So
you said Will Murphy.
Yeah. And then Victor Hedin Raftheim.
Another great name, man.
6'4" defenseman.
Mm-hmm.
That's yep. We're hitting
I'm
that
fascinated to
point.
see who the Hurricanes like pick here because like I really don't know any names and like
If they want a goalie, my is love Herenstam, but that's like about all I got. If they take a goalie, if they don't, sure, take a guy. I will go do research on it. Ludwig Johnson looks
when
like
is
Johnson.
the Canes pick? Do you know?
Somewhere in the 180s. Not the first kid from the NL. No, it's the second kid from the NL to get taken in Ludwig Johnson, whoever it is. He is an
They've
overager.
got picks 183 and 189.
Oh, I got to do back to back. Is that it after 189?
No, and then they've got like 221.
Great. Gabe Sherratt to the Vancouver team.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's sub 6 feet. I haven't seen that in a few minutes.
Yeah. All right. 183 is coming up. We are less than 10 picks away. We've not been able to say that for a while, that we're like close to a Canes draft pick here.
Yeah. If you know any names in the 6th round,
yeah, I was
that
gonna
you
say,
really
if you got
want,
anything, help us out.
If you like a player, good for you. I could not tell you. I think they just took a kid from St. Andrews for the Calgary Flames.
So the fact that
Aiden Lane,
the guy models his game after Nikishin is insane. Like there are already players modeling
that's sick,
their
dude.
game after Nikishin. Did you say Aiden Lane?
Yeah, Aiden Lane. Yeah, Aiden Lane to Calgary. Carlos Handel to Montreal.
Aiden Lane is the second St. Andrews College kid to get drafted today.
Good for him. I do not know any of those Russians, and I feel as if I did Russian research this year, which might tell me some. Karamov, Kutuzov, and Murashev.
Carlos Handel.
He's German. That is not a name I thought would be German.
No.
That's a really good question for, was it Craig Button who got done by
Lick Me Sack. Yeah, that was Craig Button.
Ugh. It's a great way to get somebody. They say projected to go to Harvard? I don't know, whoever that was. Good for him. Smart kid. Who? Sigge? Sigge. I hope that's how you say that, but something Holmgren.
Siggy Holmgren.
Siggy Holmgren. That is a beautiful name. No. Okay, Louis Herenstam is how you pronounce it, but he has just gone to St. Louis. That was a goalie I was looking at, so that stinks. But Louis Herenstam, I thought it would have been so much cooler if it was Love. The Canes are up in 3 picks.
We are so back.
So back. We're almost back to back.
Yeah.
So,
that's a weird one for Siggy, because he played U18 hockey this past year. He barely played at the J20 level.
Sure, man.
And then St. Louis picking Herenstam. That's interesting.
I like Herenstam. Or
Very
maybe
curious. I don't know if there's many goalies
okay.
available, so I think it's mostly going to be forwards from here on out. I think
if they trade back, I'm going to hit them. I'm going to storm the Lenovo headquarters if they trade back.
Not trade back.
Aron Dahlqvist to Washington. If they trade back, I am storming the Lenovo headquarters if they trade back in the 6th round.
A lot of Swedes here.
Yeah.
I think they might not trade back, but I could see them moving their 7th round pick for a 7th next year. Just as
That's
like
technically a trade back. Very technically, that is a trade back.
Nah, I don't know if that would constitute a drink.
I think that is a trade back though, because you're trading from the 7th round this year, 7th round next year. That's technically moving your pick back a whole year.
I don't know about that.
It feels like it counts as a trade back to me. Philip Ekberg, I honestly didn't even remember he is on the board. Philip Ekberg could definitely be a nice upside pick if he is there, but again, it's a CHL guy. It's one of those things where I have no clue if they'd actually go CHL, but I do like Ekberg. I think he's a solid player. Bruno Idzan. Also, I'm seeing it counts, Matt, so. Who is trading picks this late?
It's not Carolina.
No, it's Nashville. 182 to Utah.
Bruno Idzan is a Croatian player.
That is the first Croatian player. No, yes, it is. He played in the USHL. Sure, man.
He played at the Division II World Championships this year as well, so he's played against men too.
That is Bruno Idzan.
Yeah,
that is how you pronounce that.
It's an interesting one that you don't see very many Croatian hockey players.
Imagine if Utah moved up for a Russian player.
That'd
be funny. All right, on the clock.
So they traded 182 for a 6th round pick in 2026.
And they took Rekko Alanko. Not the Hurricanes, the Utah.
I was going to say, that does not sound like a Hurricanes pick.
Rekko Alanko is a Finnish player. Young Finnish player. He is 6'6" and right-handed defenseman.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Hurricanes, what are we thinking? No, listen.
I'm thinking it's a small forward.
I'm thinking it's somebody. I'm listening.
Someone that ends in "ov." That's funny.
If they trade back, I swear. No, they're picking. Vigo Nordland, I believe was what was said. Vigo Nordland. All right. That is a player. Be real, no clue, because again, this is deep into the draft, so this is a little.
We're in the deep cuts. So Vigo Nordland had 49 points in 40 games this year. Played in 15 SHL games. He's going to be on loan to the Swedish Second League next year. Has played with the national team. He's he's one of the older first-time draft eligibles in this class, ranked 83rd, but he's 5'9". Is Nick okay, or is this on my end? Oh. Can everybody see me? Respond. Let me know, because I can. I'll take this over if I have to. His feet has turned into a painting on my side, and he's gone. We're good. All right. So, hello. Hi. Nordland is a player. He was ranked fairly high. It looks like he's decent. Nick just said his internet dropped, so we'll get back to that. He's a supremely skilled player, but he's 5'9". So we will see. That's at least a semi-interesting pick, though. And I like the idea that he's going to the second league next year for Sweden. It's a legitimate league. Like, when you hear like the second tier league, like you kind of think like, that's not great, but the Allsvenskan's probably just as good as the Finnish league. So we'll see.
That's great. Thanks, Internet.
There we go. We're back.
Real quick, I'll talk about him very quickly. Viggo Nordlund is 5'9". He has potentially dynamic offensive skill. He's 5'9". He's 5'9". And
he's heading to the Allsvenskan, which I just was saying. So like, there's a decent chance that he, shows out pretty well next year.
Yeah. So, also Naumov is not a Hurricanes. Not a Hurricanes player. I do not believe he is.
Yeah, I think Naumov retired.
Yeah.
All right, why are we taking so long to make pick 185?
I have no idea. But again, Nordlund, he's 5'9". His skating apparently is pretty good. He's a very talented offensive player. Okay, sure. You're in the 6th round. Take a chance on a guy like this. That's where, you got Andrei Krutov in the 7th last year, where he was just a dynamic offensive talent potential. And look what happened. He turned out to be good. Elite Prospects has his skating, passing, and handling all at 6s on their scale. But his physical is at a 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's an undersized player. Like, he's never going to be physical. But the skill is interesting. That's something you take a shot on this late in the draft, 100%.
Yeah, why not? Pretty good. Also, Montreal has pick 189, so we are not picking there. That's what it says anyways.
Do we have 187?
We don't. Looks like Vegas has those. I don't believe they have 187. I believe it's just, I think they just have their 7th now.
I thought they had one more another pick.
I don't see it. But I could be wrong.
They traded 189. That's right. They traded 189. That's on me. Yeah, that's right. For 34.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, so Viggo Nordlund. It's cool.
Well, now you got time to like look up highlights for the guy.
That is true. Let me start digging. Is there any? I'm just gonna start retweeting anything I see for Viggo Nordlund. Ew.
Good you or bad you?
It was a J20 clip, but he made a defender look very, very dumb.
Since we've missed this, or since we've passed, the Maple Leafs have selected Rylan Fellinger from the Flint Firebirds. He is a big defenseman. And
really,
the Vegas Golden Knights have selected Alex Weirmeyer from the Portland Winterhawks. He's a double overager.
Okay, they gave him 189.
Played at Denver this past year and then actually left and went to Portland. So kind of an interesting move there. Vegas also selected Gustav Zjokvist.
Solid name.
Overager, defenseman, 6'3", played in the Allsvenskan for most of the year. He's a guy.
These are players.
Yeah.
There are definitely guys getting taken. That's what matters.
Yeah, so I guess since they only have one other pick, it would not shock me to see them just pick another forward.
Take another small skilled guy. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the rest of your draft has been big. Let's just take a skill guy and see what happens.
Take Tobias Heinonen in the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Edison. I did not realize they still name kids Edison.
Edison Engel.
Edison Engel. He's 6'2" and defenseman.
He's going to Brantford next year and then Ohio State. This is a weird one.
I think we've hit the weird zone.
Yeah.
Andrew McNeil to Montreal is 6'2" and a right-handed defenseman who doesn't turn 18 for another month.
Yeah, he's just kind of there. All right, so while we're here, so the Kings draft is mostly over. They're not going, like, the 7th round pick is not going to like make or break the draft, right? Correct. I want to know from everybody here what they think, what grade they think they would give the Carolina Hurricanes for this draft.
Good idea.
Yeah, I want to know, what grades do you all think the Canes give or should get for this draft? Not will.
So the class being Frolov, Serrato, Limitov, Bausoff, and Nordland.
Yes, and then there's going to be one other.
But it's a 7th round pick. It's
right. So like, insert small winger here.
small player.
Yeah.
Honestly, Roman Lutsev's still on the board.
All right, we got an A-.
I think A- is a little high.
B+, B-, B+.
Somewhere in the B range to me seems very fair, because you can't. It's hard to give any team an A because you don't know. But like a team, maybe like I would give the Islanders probably an A, but like any other team, it's kind of hard. I'm seeing a lot of Bs. I agree. B.
Yeah, I like the comment there. Nothing screams exceptional, but can see the vision. Like, in a few years, this draft class could look really good. You know, like Serrato could be playing NHL games. Frolov could be a really solid goalie. Limitov could be unreal, but like, we really don't know.
Sorry, I'm replying to somebody that said stop drafting smaller guys, and I'm gonna
respond to them with The Rock.
I'm just gonna actually be thought out, but they've taken 2 guys under 6 feet in this entire draft, and one of them is Ivan Ryabkin, who doesn't really play.
Fun fact about Serrato is he's the son of the former Washington Commanders GM, Vinny Serrato.
Sure. Yeah. Arvid Drott. That is a name. I just don't turn 29 to Frolov, Serrato, and Ryabkin pretty dang good. Also got a first round talent. Limitov I would put high second, but yeah, they getting Limitov in the 3rd was very good value to me. So I get it.
Yeah. Another goalie off a couple. So Dawson Sharkey goes, Daniel Salen goes, and Arvid Drott goes for Florida. Actually, no, Dawson Sharkey's cousin, I think. He worked with the scouting agency.
Caleb Heil. That's a goalie, sure. I still, dude.
Also, really I would imagine, because we haven't talked about this.
Can eye test, get film developed, watch the 3rd furthest canal jumping? We're not going back to canal jumping, man.
It would not shock me if Nordling is at camp too.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Maybe. Sure. I don't know.
Just because he's from Sweden, like, you know, there's no reason why he couldn't get here.
True, yeah. Oh, a Russian player was just taken. Ilya Konarski, a Russian goalie. Sure. Chicago. Oh, that was the first pick in round 7 was Caleb Heil. That feels wrong to say.
Yeah, we are now in round 7.
Almost done. Arvid Drott is a younger player, 6-foot winger, decent season in the J20. So that's a very solid bet for Florida. Florida's actually had a really fun draft.
They have.
So it seems like we got a lot of value. Just hope we don't regret missing on any of the guys we passed up between 29 and 34. The 29 and 34 comparatively to where they picked, there's like no difference realistically. A guy would have to break out big time to actually make them miss. Like in the 29-34, Mason West, project pick, Ravensburgen, goalie, Henry Bozowitz drafted higher than he should have, Cullen Potter, I mean, maybe, but even then, he's not going to stick at center. He's going to be a winger. Hao Shi Wang is a project pick, and Alexander Zarovsky was a guy I liked, but I don't think they just didn't see it. So I get what you're saying, but I do doubt it that it was actually going to be a thing there. Konarski is a 04 draft, 04, December 04. That is old. He's
Melvin
6'3" and a Russian.
going to the Sabres.
I do like Melvin a little bit there. Melvin's a fun little player.
Going to Muskegon next year.
Brendan McMorrow. Okay. I actually know of Brendan McMorrow because I started to do research on him and then realized he was an overager, but he's not a bad player.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have hated that pick if he was there later on. So good for Los Angeles. Almost done though. Getting very close to the end of the draft.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, once the Canes make their last pick, we'll give our analysis. We'll mention whether they'll be at Dev Camp or not.
Yeah.
We might say a few words about Dev Camp, and then we'll head out. We've streamed for collectively almost 10 hours at this point between the past 2 nights,
correct.
2 days. I would like to do something else.
I want to go eat.
Yeah, I'm hungry as well. I should probably go eat.
But Chicago, we really don't need to be taking this long in the 7th round. It is the 7th round. If they traded this pick, I swear to you, yeah, Canes have the 5th to last pick in this round, and that'll be all.
Yeah.
So, we still got a while to go. So you keep trying to find Orland footage, I guess. And they'll probably be outside of the guys they've drafted. I think most of them should be at camp. There'll probably be 1 or 2 invites that they'll send out. So why are we Chicago? Dude, it's the 7th round. Goodness gracious. You're actually using the entire time to take this pick. And
I think his internet went out again. Yep. Yeah, he just texted saying happened again. All right, so I will go through the players here while I try. So Brendan McMorrow just got picked by Los Angeles. It looks like there's been nothing happening here. Um, the fact that the Canes have only traded down once seems to be a little surprising to me today. Like, I mean, I guess like just given how CHL heavy this draft has been, like, it makes sense that the Hurricanes would just draft those players, but I don't know. That's just me.
I need this draft. Owen.
Have there been any players drafted since?
Of course not.
Why is Chicago taking this long with a freaking 7th round pick, dude?
I don't know. And the stream did stop on Twitter, so let me fix this. Give me a second. And hopefully I can just immediately, there we go. All right, am I live? Yes, I'm okay. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah.
My bad. Internet just likes to drop from time to time in right now, so that's great, man. That's awesome. And the Chicago Blackhawks still have not drafted a singular player. Oh, because Florida traded up.
Why? It's the 7th round. Just invite him to your freaking camp.
Maybe he would have gotten taken, Matt.
I hate it here. No player in the 7th round is worth trading up for.
You never know.
No player in the 7th round is worth trading up for. I'm so sorry.
You never know. You just don't. Maybe this 7th round pick turns into the greatest player of all time.
You know what? If it does, I'll buy you a Coke.
Yay.
In like 30 years when we know the outcome of this player.
So Chicago traded it to Florida for a 7th rounder next year.
And they draft Brendan Dunphy from the Wenatchee Wild. I can safely tell you this guy's not turning into the best player ever.
Darn. I was hoping he would turn into the best player ever.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, he might. He's 6'5". He's a 6'5" defenseman.
Yeah.
Who's managed, weirdly enough, by Gold Star. That's fun.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I'm upset. The draft has gone so... Everything had gone so smooth technically up until the very last little bit, which is unfortunate. But again, appreciate everybody for being here. It's been a very fun time.
Thanks everybody for being here. Like,
it's just taken
appreciate
forever. And we held a consistent like 2.5 for the entire afternoon, which is incredible stuff.
Yeah.
So again, thank you. Just have to wait until 2:21 for the Canes to pick. And hopefully my internet doesn't drop in between that. Because at that point I might just call it because it's gonna piss me off.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. It's Charter Spectrum being greatest internet company of all time.
All right, why are we taking so long with 198 here?
You know, a team could be trading up. Come on. Maybe there is a team that really likes a player in the 7th round. This is egregious though. It's the 7th round. We do not need to take this long. Oh, Ken Holland on stream. Thank God. Just who I wanted to listen to.
Free agency's in a few days. It's exciting.
Dev camp's in like 48 hours.
Monday morning at 9 a.m. is like the off ice or on ice testing.
And is that open to people?
I don't know if it is. I mean, it might be. I'm gonna go to I have to go to the 12:31 only.
Okay.
On Monday.
I have no clue if it is or not, so I couldn't tell you. I'm not that smart. I'm not that ahead right now. Schaefer was the likely pick since the combine. I hope he's been the likely pick since you got the pick. What? Who else are you going to take other than Matthew Schaefer?
I don't know.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Why are we having back-to-back 5-minute in between picks? What are we doing? No, me. Okay, so I'll still be in Raleigh that day, but
No media, yeah. So
I'll probably just try and show up for
the skills
12:30.
sessions, it seems like the ones that are highlighted in bold are the ones that are open to the public.
Who traded up for this pick? Who did it? I couldn't hear. Columbus? Who does Columbus want so bad? Almost pick 200. Who could they want? It's insane, man. They're ridiculous. Cap's going up, yeah. I mean, Kevin Ball got $5.5 million.
It's a tough one.
It's an amount of money.
And now Seattle's taking forever to make this pick.
It got traded to Columbus.
Or Columbus, excuse me.
They sent 2 picks to get out. There's no way they sent 2 picks to move up in the 7th round. Dude, that's ridiculous. They actually traded 198 for 205 and 218. They traded 2 7th-rounders for 1 7th-rounder and picked Jeremy Laranger. I'm guessing it's Laranger, a kid from the BCHL.
Wait, that's why I recognized him. He was good this year.
Who's going to the University of Nebraska, Omaha.
Yeah, so he's not like he had like Nadeau level production without like Nadeau level skill.
Okay.
But he's solid. He was almost 2 points per game this year.
I see that, yes.
I like him. He's a good player. He's tough to play against, but I wouldn't
yeah.
It's the BCHL. It's a tough league.
And he's 5 feet and 9 inches tall.
Yeah. All right. Let's speed it up here, folks.
Start running through these picks, gentlemen. No, and they take the Dynamo goalie. Yevgeny Prokhorov. They keep doing it, man.
They keep doing it.
Why bother trading up in the 7th? On the other hand, you only sent 7th rounders, so you gave up. But what do you really... Is Jeremy Laranger really going to move your franchise enough?
No.
So what is the
our
point?
picks 205 and 218?
That's 2 more darts.
Not. So like
it's 2 more darts than compared to 1 more dart.
I don't hate it at this point. Like there's a time and a place for it, but I don't know.
Brady Turco to Anaheim. Pittsburgh's on the clock, so we're just going to pencil in.
I was going to say, will they draft a 3rd Sioux Greyhound?
Ask yourself this: would you rather 1 draft pick not making the NHL or 2 draft picks not making it? It's a great question. I actually only think Brady Turco is one of the youngest players in this draft, to be fair. September 12th, 07. Played for Brandon Wheat Kings. Okay. He's a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Kale Doc goes.
That's another BCHLer, isn't he?
Is he not continuing the Doc bloodline there?
Nope, he was with Sherwood Park.
Yes.
Yep, another Sherwood Park Crusader, Kale Doc.
And he is not of any relation to any of the other Docs.
Yeah. He's slightly taller at 5'11", but had less points.
Sure.
Than Larange. He's a guy. Again, at this point in the draft, like this is where you take these BCHL guys that are going to the college ranks just because like they might still turn out to something, but like I don't know.
I believe that was Jacob Kvasnika, the USHL guy. Apparently, they were saying that Nordland is not 5'9" that is listed. He is closer to 5'11".
Cool.
So if he's closer to 5'11", and we're getting mad about 5'11" and 5'9", leave. That's ridiculous, man. It's whatever. It's the 6th and 7th round. If they take a small guy, who cares? There's grass outside.
So another guy for the NTDP that's actually going to Penticton next year that just got picked.
Felix Farhamar or Kavas?
Kavas.
I was going to say Farhamar is a guy I kind of liked. Darn it. And he goes to La Rangers. I did like Farhamar. At this point, just take a fun forward and sign off and just roam outside for like an hour. If I were to sleep right now, is anybody gonna be mad? This is ridiculous, man. Like we can just start speed picking.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see why this draft is taking so long. All right.
A Massachusetts high school kid.
What school?
Graydon Robertson Palmer.
Is he the kid from not Dexter?
I have no clue. Give me like
Phillips Academy. No, it's from Phillips Academy. Okay, yeah. I watched this kid at Nationals. He's good.
Graydon Robertson Palmer.
Or no, I didn't. He was with the River Rats. Never mind.
You're having a lot of fun over there, aren't you?
Sorry. He's good, though. He's a fine, like, he's a Dartmouth commit, which isn't, like, the greatest, but, like, at this point in the draft, like, you take the player like him.
Yeah. So, sure. It's a kid named Graydon.
Yeah, it's a very stupid name.
I'm gonna throw something at the screen. Carl Anborn is another player I didn't hate in the 7th round, and he gets taken. Darn these people taking people I like.
Just Seattle too.
He's a righty, 6'1". Played a lot World Juniors, the U18. Sorry, played
I'm
SHL.
very curious to see what Tulski and York have to say about this class.
It's just going to be like an hour. It's gonna be like 30 minutes in Russian. Nothing else.
They're just gonna trot out Oleg.
It's gonna be Oleg and Yoke next to each other, and they're just gonna have to do it all.
Yeah.
Maybe we throw in one of the NA scouts to talk about Serato for like 10 seconds, and then just right back.
Yeah. All right. Why is pick 206 taking this long?
They're taking it right now.
Okay.
And it's Roman Lutsev. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm getting slightly mad at 7th round picks. That's where we are in this life.
I'm just gonna say I think we're okay.
Roman Lutsev is a good player, though. I like him a lot. He is an overager, but he's a center. He's good at hockey. I watched him play a lot. It's cool. I'll believe it when I see it, buddy. But I like Lutsev. He's a cool little player there. USHL guy just got taken, if I believe I just heard that correctly. I think I just heard it. Matthew Lansing, whoever that is.
I've heard the name.
Philip Vu is still on the board. Lev Katzen, Tobias Heinonen, Philip Ekberg.
Yeah.
Take Philip Ekberg, man. Why not? He had such a good end of the year. Just do it.
Wouldn't shock me if he's on the Canes list. You know, they like those smaller wingers.
He's not even that small. He's 5'10", I think. Philip Ekberg, how the size of Philip Ekberg is 5'10".
Right, so we're about 15-ish. We're less than 15 picks away from the Canes' last pick of the draft.
Yep. Swedish Junior League. Jacob Leander. I'm very sorry. Now we're at Montreal. I know Montreal's pick gets out a little bit earlier, so I'm just going to go to Twitter. Because I appreciate Montreal. They are very quick to announce.
Would it shock you that Leander is another 6'4" defenseman taken in this draft?
Dude, no.
Somebody asking on Twitter who the favorite player is that the Canes have drafted who has the most potential. Favorite's probably Limitov for both.
Yes, favorite for us, Limitov. Most potential, Ryabkin.
Yeah, Ryabkin has the most potential. I think the Serrato pick is a sneaky one. I don't think enough people are talking about it.
I'm just gonna do favorite player. I'm gonna use full names. What name just came out of his mouth? Maxim Vig? Oh my, it's Max in Vig. Just VIG.
Love that.
Yeah. Man, I really want a Roman Letsev there. I liked him.
All right, let me see.
Frolov's development should be pretty good.
Maxon. What kind of name is Maxon?
Couldn't tell you. I think the biggest thing for him...
He's an overager, but a late 05 birthday that played for Cedar Rapids this past year.
With Frolov, they've already said he's probably going to be the Silver League starter and get majority of the starts. So he really needs to have good stats there. But also Silver League MHL is kind of stink. So
yeah,
I would hope that he puts up incredible stats. That's about it. This is 5 hours this is going to take.
Yep.
5 hours for 6 rounds.
All right, we are at
210. So we're 11 picks.
So like after this pick, there will be 10 picks until the Canes.
Yeah. Just gotta wait. I still have to write after this to cover the class. So I have a very long day.
All right, who has pick 210?
Sharks, and they're announcing it right now.
Cool.
Richard Gallant? Yes, Richard Gallant. Philip Ekberg screams Detroit, though, so...
Oh, is Detroit next?
Yeah.
Oh, it's another NTDP kid, Gallant, heading to Harvard. He's small. He's 5'8", so that's why he fell.
Beast. Philip Ekberg. How much do you want Philip Ekberg? Detroit. Hopefully not a lot. Then again, we're just throwing names in a hat and going, you know, they could do this. They could do this. I said Wozniak could have been the pick early, and obviously they did not take Wozniak. So Just get me to the pick so we can wrap up and be done for the day. That's my big thing. Detroit, can we not do this? We get this pick out of the way.
Are they trading?
I have no clue. They're taking the full 3 minutes.
My God, it's the 7th round.
But what if that player turns out to be really good? What if? If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, the world would be happy.
Yeah.
They're going to commercial break. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Lose my mind. Have to pick one of the picks to make their debut first. Who would you say?
Out of any pick to make their debut first, Serrato.
Yeah.
Because I could see him playing NHL games after next season if he has a good enough year.
Yeah. I think people still get tripped up by like potential ceiling, floor, and like all the stuff like that. So people like will say we really, really like the Limitov pick, and then they'll see debut first Serrato and be like, "What?" But Serrato just has a higher floor than Limitov,
and he has the advantage of already playing against like decent competition in the NCAA.
So it makes sense. I still can't believe Serrato went in the second. That one's still caught me off guard.
Has Detroit picked?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
So the Sharks have a really good draft. They got Misa, Ravensbergen, Simon Wang is interesting at least, Cole McKinney, Teddy Mutrin, Magomed Sultanov, and then the rest of the picks are kind of but like that's a solid draft.
Where is Ryabkin playing next season? He is Muskegon. I would assume
CHL
he's
import
Muskegon.
draft hasn't happened yet, though, so there's a chance he gets picked.
Yeah, Muskegon, I would think, but if he gets drafted high, Calgary traded up for some reason.
Calgary,
I would assume,
like the Flames traded
up?
Yes,
Calgary traded up. Muskegon would be my guess. If he gets drafted first overall in the import, whatever. Of everyone we picked, who do we expect Dev Camp next week? So far, everybody. I don't think Limitov's in the US, so I would expect him. So far, I think everybody should be there. I'd be shocked if there is somebody that isn't there at this point for anybody drafted today, because I think most of them are in the United States already. Yan Matveyko. That is a name.
Probably a Russian.
That sounds Hungarian to me, but
from what it sounds like, everybody except for the what was the kid's name starts with B?
B? What do you mean B?
The 6'5" defenseman.
Oh, Bausov.
Everybody except for him should be there.
No. And Matveyko is a Russian, yeah. He is an overager who played for the CSK MHL side.
Maxon Vig sounds like a Bond villain. It kind of does.
Got a beast. What was that name? Grant Spada.
Hell yeah.
Good for you, man. Grant.
All right, we got less than 10 picks till the Canes pick for the last time, God willing, in this draft.
Ottawa feels like a very obvious picked Philip Ekberg spot. You keep him in
Ottawa only drafts big players.
And keep him in
Grant Spada is.
Oh my gosh!
Tell me he's tall. Is this pick?
Matt, do you not see his size? Excuse you. He's 6'5".
So this draft, Florida has broken this league because it's just been, let's just draft every player, regardless of how crappy they are on the ice. As long as they're 6'3", I don't give a damn. That is so bad.
85 penalty minutes, minus 29, and 6 points in 58 games. You exist. Do you wait? Look at his year last year. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4 different iterations of Ridley College.
Ridley College has, they play in a bunch of different like leagues, so that's why.
It's a copycat league. That's why Brady Martin got a lot of draft hype because he plays somewhat like Sam Bennett, and people are like, "Oh my god, I want Sam Bennett." And Brady Martin is like, "Hey, I kind of play like Sam Bennett, and I model my game after Sam Bennett. Pick me," and he goes 5th. To me, anyways, I think there's the players from like 6 to maybe 9 are definitely going to have a better career than Martin, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. That's just for me. Yeah. Ottawa, who is trading? Who is doing this? What are Oh, they're picking.
So Idzan is the first ever Croatian-born player drafted into the NHL.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Very cool. Ottawa took Andrei Trofimov, a Russian goalie. So many of those.
Russian goalie.
6'2".
Yeah.
Congrats.
It feels like the 7th round. Maybe it's just because this is the end of the draft and we're like almost there. But it really does feel like this is the longest part of the draft.
We have just eclipsed 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thanks everybody again for stopping by. We really appreciate it. This draft has been fun. Like, obviously we hoped the Canes, made some good picks. They've made some really good picks today. And I'm excited that most of them are going to be at dev camp from the sounds of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry for the internet drops in the middle of this, but that's out of my control.
That's all right. I was able to wing it and cover for you for a few seconds.
Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm also watching the Red Sox while we do this because the draft has been very boring.
Blackhawks scouting director, we feel the need to get a bit harder, tougher to protect some of our skilled guys. They asked every CHL prospect at the combine who is the toughest kid in their league was so they could try to draft that kid.
Jesus.
Let's just throw Chicago away. We just agree on that.
That's silly.
Such an awesome one.
All right, pick 214. Why the hell hasn't it happened
yet? It is getting announced. Nolan Rhodes, Cody Rhodes,
Dusty Rhodes,
Dustin Rhodes, Gold Dust,
Stardust.
All of them. Nolan Road is his name, but it's Roed. Only one Danish player taken this draft.
As opposed to
all the other ones. Oh, it's Kongsback Clivo, so it's a good pick.
Nolan Road is an overager, late 05 birthday, so he's like a year and a half older.
Yeah, this draft smells.
Going to St. Cloud State. This is a very stinky draft.
This end of the draft has been just it's
the nasty patty from SpongeBob.
This is nasty.
Yeah, it's been interesting for sure.
Interesting is a word.
Yeah.
Marco Mignosa.
Oh, what a name.
We're getting there, man.
Yeah, 215 just went. We're now 5 picks away from the Canes.
That is, Marco Mignosa. Sick name. That sounds Italian. He's Canadian. Yeah, I was close. Double overager for Sue. He has played 4 OHL seasons already.
Yeah.
That one Kings fan in the crowd. He exists.
Oh man, that is. Teams are taking just like the wildest players this year.
Yeah.
I think we should be happy that the
Okay,
Kings
that's
have
cool.
taken like at every position they've taken good players. Like they haven't taken any like really like the only wild swing they took was the 3rd round pick, and it's a 6'5" defenseman that skates really well. Like that's a pick that you make every day of the week.
They have a Kings fan coming up to announce the pick.
Why? It's the 7th
Because
round.
it's fun and the Kings are hosting the draft. Okay, he is way too loud though. Dear God. He got a Go Kings Go chant. You know what? Good for you, kid. Do you know what you're looking at? Dude. This is awesome.
My God.
Who is it? Will Sharp. I forgot he was on the board.
Yeah, that's a decent one.
I don't hate that. That's pretty good, actually. I like that pick and it's LA making another good pick. Darn.
Yeah.
He'll go to Michigan this year. I like that though. Will Sharp is a good pick. Is it? I wonder if he fell because he's only 6'1" and not 6'4". But I mean, he's not even. He's a March 07. I'm kind of shocked he fell that low.
Yeah.
They have kind of. It's just been whoever they've had announcing. That was the first time they've done like a fan or some sort of announcing pick in a very long time.
Yeah, that was. I think that was mostly to just be like, hey, you know, we're the home crowd here.
Yeah. Very shocked. But you know, we're 4 picks. Let's not throw it up there. Let's not continue to get Jeremy up there. Let's just go through the rest of the draft, be done with it. Let's just get it over with. Toronto, make your pick. Make your overage, not overweight. Get your overage USHL or CHL player. Just get him done so we can go move on with the day.
Yeah, Will Sharp's an interesting pick there.
I like it.
Yeah. He's going to play for Kelowna next year. Kelowna's really trying hard because they're hosting the Memorial Cup. They're going to build a really good roster. At least they're trying to build a quick one. So wouldn't shock me.
He's going to Michigan. He is committed to the University of Michigan.
Sharp?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's staying another year.
I have no clue. Matthew.
Turns out it was the deputy commissioner that invited the Kings fan, not the Kings themselves. That is just awful.
Oh, it's a beast, dude. Matthew Halakar is an overage winger from the OHL. He's 6'3".
Bet he is.
8 points in 43 games as an overage in the OHL.
Oh my God. What in the hell?
The Kraken immediately picked. Thank you, Seattle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Unless you take somebody I like, then not thank you. Loke Krantz. I'm sorry.
Love Cramps.
It's Loke Krantz.
All right.
That is a sick name. The Canes are up in 2 picks.
Yep. All right. We're getting down to the wire here. The Canes have had a really good draft.
Loke Krantz.
Loke Krantz.
A May 07. And he's a 6'2 winger. 12 goals in 44 J20 games.
All right. Who has pick 219?
The Buffalo Sabres, who have already announced the pick.
Wow.
Ryan something from the USHL. I was not paying attention. Ryan Ruchinski. If you wanted Ryan Ruchinski, I'm sorry. Also, if you wanted Ryan Ruchinski, I have questions about your mental state. Unless you watched him play for a youth team that you like. Next pick has to be a Russian. Probably not. The Russian draft class right now is kind of poopy. The very end of the class is kind of eh. What they got before, Bausov, Frolov, Limitov, Ryabkin, that's great enough. They did really good getting some of the better ones in this class. They don't need to take any more.
Yeah.
This should just be a forward of some kind. They are now on the clock.
So the Canes are on the clock?
Jacob Cloutier
Was that us?
the pick for Winnipeg.
Oh, I was like, okay.
Finally. 221.
All right.
This
is the last pick of the draft for the Hurricanes. Thank the Lord.
Until they trade up for 224 for a 7th next year.
Just to screw with everybody.
Of course. Trade back. I dare you. I dare you.
All right.
Flyer on Ekberg. That would be my pick personally, is just take a flyer on a small skill winger. Take a CHL guy. Really make me eat my words today.
I doubt there's any left.
Ekberg would be cool. They're immediately announcing the pick. I believe they're picking. Phil Beckberg! There you go!
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
I like it.
That's a solid one.
I love that. I actually really like that pick.
The Canes have made great picks at every point. Yeah. They picked a CHL player.
They did. Oh my goodness.
Ekberg played for Ottawa in the CHL. So this is a guy that was ranked consensus 63rd. He had an unreal U18.
Yeah. That is that's a great 7th round pick.
Ottawa was really bad this year too.
I have been eating my words for the past 2 years. Don't worry.
He dropped so far because he's 5'10" Swede.
Yeah.
In this draft, so few players drafted were under 6 feet tall.
First
CHL player since Robidas or
Poirier last year.
Poirier, yep, Poirier.
But right. Yes, back-to-back years they have taken CHL players.
Yeah,
this is where we all pop champagne in unison.
Ekberg is a nice.
Aiden Park just got taken, and he is in the building.
Who?
Aiden Park.
Aiden Park. Wow, that's actually kind of good for him. I'm actually happy that he got picked.
It's a really
he's a good player. He's an overager, but was definitely worth getting picked.
All right. Well, now that you have the full scope of the Hurricanes draft, we'll do one last quick review of it, and then we will go our separate ways for today. But obviously, we'll probably see each other in the very near future. Let me quickly do this. All right. So the Hurricanes' final draft class this year is Semyon Frolov, Charlie Serrato, Ivan Ryabkin, Kurban Limitov, Roman Bausov, Vigo Nordland, and Philip Ekberg. If you guys were giving it a grade, or if you tell us your favorite pick you might be concerned about, anything like that at all, this is the draft class. I'm a big fan of it. I think Philip Ekberg is a really, really solid pick in the seventh round because you're betting on high upside here. Nordland's pretty cool. I retweeted that from the wrong account. Oops. You bet on high upside and guys like Ekberg, Nordland, and Ryabkin. Limitov was a very strong pick at in the third round. Bausov is a big dude you take a flyer on. Charlie Serrato has a high floor, which you kind of want. And then Semyon Frolov is probably the best goalie prospect in the pipeline right now, without a question.
Yeah, Ekberg gets a 6 in terms of hockey sense from elite prospects, 5.5 for shooting and passing, and then 5 for skating and handling. Physical is only a 4.5, which is actually pretty, okay. But I think with Ekberg, there's just a ton of skill here.
Yes.
I think the draft still gets a B. Ekberg doesn't change that for me, in my opinion. It's a 7th round pick. But you take a look at the players the Canes have drafted, and they filled needs. They got Serrato, they got a center. Frolov, they got a top goalie in the draft. Ryabkin, if he makes it to the NHL, could be huge.
Yeah.
Limitov, same deal. He could be a massive two-way threat. And then, Bausov's interesting. Nordland's interesting. Ekberg's obviously interesting. It's a really good draft class. Real quick, I want to see who Mr. Irrelevant in this draft class is, and it is Yegor Midlak.
It was a Russian goalie. You'll never guess.
A 6'6" Russian goalie.
You'll never guess.
So, yeah, exactly. You can't give it higher than a B, in my opinion. B is a solid draft. It turns into, if we could be looking at this draft in 5 years and saying this is an A+ draft.
Yeah, if Frolov turns
we can also be looking at this draft in a few years and saying it's really a C.
If Frolov turns into the goalie he can be, which is probably a starter at the NHL level, that'd be great. Ryabkin has incredible talent in this draft class. We're talking, if he hits at his full potential, and I truly mean full potential, it's probably close to a top 6 winger or center. If he sticks, probably winger though. Charlie Serrato is probably just a bottom 6 forward, but he's a guy that you're going to love to have on your team. Limitov is going to be a wild card. If he develops in the right way, that is a genuine top 4 defenseman.
Yeah.
Probably second pairing, but with his skating ability alone, there's a lot of value there. And then if you hit on Ekberg maybe later, if he gets you NHL games with his offensive talent, sure, you did great.
Yeah. I think especially with the way I look at it with Nordland and Ekberg here is, if you get pro games out of them, you're already winning. Not even just NHL games, 6th and 7th round picks, a lot of them don't make it to the pros. Yeah. So if you get AHL games out of them, awesome. If you get NHL games out of them, even better. So the 3 second-round picks this is a really impressive draft class from the Hurricanes here.
Yeah, they turned 29 into 3 seconds, and you ended up with a goalie prospect that is probably your top guy in the system now, a very high floor guy in Serrato, and potentially, if again he hits, a extremely dynamic offensive talent. So you did what you could, and you did really well, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Thanks everybody for joining. I am going to go eat because I'm starving, but
I am also just going to veg out somewhere. But again, thank you.
We appreciate all of you. Stay tuned for Dev Camp. I'll be covering day 1.
Yeah, we'll be around everywhere. We'll be covering dev camp. I'll try and get interviews for players. We're gonna figure out if that's gonna happen though. Thank you all for being here, and we will see everybody later. Thank you.
Yep, sounds great.